Okay, okay, we are live. It's been I think 2 weeks since I was on live with you all. Let me send a quick ping to my Discord crew. Okay, okay, good. Can everyone hear me? Just let me know if everything's working. And let's see, who do we have here? Void Outs is here, Rain is here, Chris Fox Art. Good evening, Chris Fox. Okay, and let me get my music. Now I have to have the music, right? Let me just start it up, and I won't make it too loud. Now let me know if that's too loud, okay? Hi, Philip, good to see you, good to see you. I want to make sure, some people complained the audio is a little too loud. The music is a little bit too loud in one of my last streams, so I want to make sure it's not out of place here. So before I begin, we're going to do updates and news and stuff, but the majority of today is really going to be focused on comparing these, understanding actually would be a better way of explaining it. This field of Android drawing tablets and things that are like drawing tablets. We can't talk about every device, but we'll take our time and talk about the ones that are interesting, because the situation has changed recently, okay? And I'll do Q&A, of course. So this will be a typical long stream. So if you have questions, just let me know, and feel free to interrupt. Right? At the very worst, I'll just take a note to follow up with the question toward the end of the stream. Thank you, Philip. Thank you, Philip. I haven't been wearing the suits lately, but I thought it would be a nice return to form to bring them back. And the other thing you may notice, I hope you do, is that what you see should look better. I did some special lighting tricks, so I should pop more for you. It should look more professional. Hope it does. It always feels different to wear the suit. I call this used car salesman suit. I should call this the used tablet salesman suit. Thank you, Gune. Thank you, Voyats. Thanks, Philip. Okay, so let me just take a look at my notes. Yes, Voidouts, there is a light right above me. In fact, I'm going to put my hand right here, which is not far from me. It is literally just an extra couple of inches out of frame here. So it's shining right down on me, and you know what? I can actually turn it off. And just to show you what it looks like without that light. Okay, let's see. Watch this. Oops! I clicked the identify the light button. Let me turn it off. So this is what it would look like without the light, and now with the light. See, just warms it up a little bit. It makes it easier to see my eyes. Now, another thing someone told me is, you can see it now, there are reflections in my glasses from the content. I'm actually I do have now, but I have it installed yet, a circular polarizing filter. And if I set that right, I should be able to block out some, maybe most of the reflections coming back from the screen. So it'll let you better see my eyes. Salem says, want to know why the 24 Pro Gen 2 is not in the S tier of your tier list. Yeah, I'm happy to talk about that. There are two reasons. Number one, and so there are two 24 models. There's the 4K model, and then there's the 2.5K model. Its name is the Artist Pro 24 Pro Gen 2 165 Hertz version or something like that. That's the one I have. So two things I noticed about it were the glass was thicker, so I noticed more parallax. That was unusual. Don't know why that was the case, but I noticed more parallax. It wasn't crazy bad, but it was more than I'd expect. It's more than I see in basically all modern tablets. Number two, I found that there was okay tilt compensation. And what I found there was if I tilted, I think, to the right, things were okay. If I tilted down and up, things were okay. But when I tilted to the left, I saw the cursor move. And that was the reason I ended up giving it, I didn't put it in the S tier. You know, the S tier, you have to get those basics down. They have to be working extremely well. Now, I might have been able to forgive some of that. Like I can forgive, you know, all tablets are inaccurate for tilt compensation a little bit. But the parallax, I was like, well, if you use it, it'll just, again, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it just doesn't meet the bar of like S tier. That's why. Hope that explained it. Okay, give me a second. I need to find out. I'm going to increase the volume of the music just a little bit. Okay. Again, just tell me if it's too much, because sometimes I can't. Actually, I'm going to return it back. It keeps it sort of more pleasant also for me to hear it. Okay, let's see. What do I need to do? I need to get my notes. Yeah. Void out, you think it looks good? Yeah, I like this light. Another thing I did, you can't see it, is there. I used to have stands on each side of me for the lights and microphone. Now there's like a post. Like there's two posts with a bar across, and the microphone and the light and the overhead cam hang from it. So that keeps, you know, it keeps everything out of my face and away from my desk. It's just easier to deal with. Okay, let's get my notes here. Yeah, because I just want to update you on a few things before we get into the main topic of discussion today. So the first thing is I have updated my documentation on recommendations. Let me show it to you, okay? Let's get there. And I'll paste the link to it in just a second. Let's see, I want to get to, is it this? Yeah, you can see, there we go. So let me find the recommendations. Yeah, it's just recommendations. So this page has been reorganized. It used to be linked into pages that linked in other pages. Now you can see all the recommendations for pen tablets, pen displays, and standalone in one place. So you don't have to jump all over the place. And it takes you to small, medium, large for pen tablets, small, medium, large for pen displays, and for the 3 different types of standalone computers, standalone tablets, okay? Rain says something quite interesting. Did you see that Spanish YouTuber, Rain, if you could link to that channel, that'd be great. I think I know who you're talking about, but I haven't seen this video. He showed that the MDP2 seems to have better IAF than Wacom MovinkPad 11. He just used the pen's own weight on both tablets, and MDP made more. Okay, here's what I think. You can't use that as the measurement, okay? You can't use the weight of the pen. And the reason is very simple. The pens all weigh 3 times, 4 times, 10 times. I mean, they weigh a lot more than the IAF, depending on the pen, okay? So I think that's not a good way of measuring it. If you want to make precise statements around IAF, that's not the best one. It's useful for all sorts of other things, but not for IAF determination, okay? To do IAF, you need to get a digital scale that is very sensitive, and you need to hold the pen very steadily, perfectly vertical, then you can test, okay? Now, that's part 1. Part 2 of my answer is this. And by the way, that is how XP Pen actually measures their IAF, and I'm glad you brought this up because it's an XP Pen tablet. The IAF of the Pro Pen 2, Pro Pen 3, you know, I am actually not good at doing IAF yet. I am working on it. But the IAF that is measured by Tablet Expert Cube puts them not just the Pro Pen 2, the Pro Pen 3, and for decades, Wacom's Pro Pens have had an IAF of less than 1 gram force. Okay. XP Pen, for their actual, their pens, I think they say in their documentation or their marketing material, it's 3 gram force. In one of my streams, I showed you a video where they're measuring some of their pens. It may have been an X3 Elite or an X3 Pro. They literally on screen show it measuring as 2.8 gram force. So those are my, that's a set of evidence I have that says really Wacom is probably still lower, right? The test is not the right kind of test. And the data we have from Tablet Expert Cube and the data XP Pen published, I think reveals, that is a weird finding. Now, could be that is in fact what he found and that he's accurate. And the reason that could be is it could be a defective pen. That happens. Some pens are defective in maximum pressure, some pens are defective in initial activation force. I've rarely seen a pen that's defective with initial activation force. I've rarely seen a pen that's defective with maximum pressure. I've seen some that are variable, depending on the unit, but never one that's really defective. So I think, I will watch the video. So if you can please, Rain, if you can just put the link in the YouTube chat, I will take a look. Thank you, though. Thank you, though. And then there's one other factor, again, I'm arguing against myself now, which we have to be careful of. The pens, in other words, this is where he might be right. The pens are hardware, right? They have sort of a native IAF, just like a monitor has a native resolution. And what happens is in certain tablets, standalones especially, and drivers, the pressure, it may be visible to you, it may not be visible to you, depending on how the brand is chosen to implement it. They can actually implement a pressure curve, and again, it could be an invisible pressure curve, that artificially raises the IAF, okay? So let me give you an example, which I believe is true, based on my subjective evaluation. Take the Samsung S Pen. I believe it is more sensitive on a Samsung Galaxy Tab S device than a Wacom, like a Wacom One or a Movink. Okay. Similarly, take the Wacom CP913 or CP923 pen, the Wacom One pens. They have higher IAF on the Wacom devices than on the Samsung. Okay, so sorry, I'm now going into kind of detail here. But I just want to make sure you understand why it is even theoretically possible, despite Cube's measurement, that we might see higher IAF in this Wacom Movink. And that is because it could be an artificial limitation. Now, having said that, I have not tried it out. I have not, we'll do it in this session, okay? And I'll at the very least give you my subjective evaluation, what seems to have lower IAF, okay? So it's something we have to test. But I still maintain that testing by the weight of the pen is not the best test to do, right? If your Cube is very good by testing by hand, he's also made a more static setup. I'll try to do it by hand and some kind of static setup if I can. Thank you, Rain. Did you add the link, Rain? I don't see it in the YouTube chat. Let me know. Hang on one second. I'm gonna just move my, okay. Let me know, because somehow the link did not appear in the YouTube chat. Okay, so that was part one. I just want to make sure everyone saw the newest things. Now, I have not, I think, updated. Today's session is really about the MovinkPad, the Samsung Galaxy Tab S, and, oops, hang on, I'm clicking in the wrong place. Oh, Philip, you noticed it too, huh? Interesting. Well, this is very interesting. We will definitely test this out, okay? I am always curious if we're doing something weird with IF. Okay, let me click on mobile computers here. Oh, where am I clicking? Sorry, I've got to move something away for a second. Yep. Okay. So, mobile computers, if I click here. So you can see right now that this is where I am going to add to this list, right? And I've added my initial notes on the XP-Pen Magic Drawing Pad here. And these are just basically placeholders, but as we go through today, I'm going to collect information, we're going to talk about things, and I'm going to come back and update this, okay? Because I'm actively testing these things, okay? Okay, so that was the first bit of news, is just what is going on with, let me move these comments a little over there, okay. The next thing I want to make sure everyone knows is that Rebel has, Rebel 8 is about to be released in September. They have an early access. You can buy it right now and try it out. Now, I haven't tried it myself yet. I have used Rebel periodically through the years, not a heavy user. But I think the additions they made seem to be kind of amazing. They've added, I guess it's a simple way of saying it's soft shadows to their impasto brushes, which looks really good. And now the brush sizes, I think, went up from like 1,000 to 3,000. So that was a previous limitation of Rebel, which is now gone. Right, so I can't wait to try it out. Again, September is when it comes out. Let's see the next. Yeah, this is a little bit of a humorous bit of news here. I found the winner for the, let me find it here. The, actually, oh, where is it? I have to open up Discord. 1 second. I found the winner for the best deal, meaning who got the best deal on a used tablet in recent history. And this is I'm not saying it's likely we'll ever get a deal this good, but this was an amazing used deal. And it's such a good deal, I felt I had to show you. If I can get Discord up. There we go. Oh, it's updating, of course. One second. Let me get to general and find it. Yeah, here we go. Take a look at this, right? So someone on Reddit on r/Wacom posted that they found a used Cintiq 24 HD for $3, not $30, $3. Now they mentioned it didn't come with a pen, so at the very least they had to shell out, probably $80 for a Pro Pen 2 or something. But that's a pretty good deal. That's a pretty good deal. So I just wanted to share that. Sometimes if you search hard enough, you can find people, I think, what I would suspect happened here, obviously the person who sold it had no idea the value of the device. Even though it is old, it's still extremely good. Yeah, $3. I suspect someone had this, like, in storage. Who knows how they acquired it, maybe as surplus inventory. And to them, it just looks like an out-of-date LCD television, right? With these ridiculous, awful, huge bezels, because people don't like big bezels with TVs, right? They want thin bezels. So of course they probably thought this is an ancient device that no one would in their right mind use, and then they sold it, and like, there you go. Now someone's paying $3 for, got it for $3. So fantastic deal. Again, I'm not saying it's likely we'll ever get a deal this good, but if you're on the lookout, sometimes you can find some really good ones. So this is the best one I've seen lately. Yeah, Rain, if you can post the links in Discord, that's great. I will check in my YouTube settings at maybe sometime today or after the stream. I may have disabled, actually I'll just check right now. I may have disabled or somehow link posting may have gotten disabled. Give me a second. Checking. Where's content here? I like when people post links. I want to make sure everyone can. Let me double check content. I've never disabled the posting of links, so I do wonder if this is some. Okay, I don't know. If someone knows how to enable it, or maybe it's a restriction by YouTube. I don't know. I know people have been able to do it before. Okay, so that was the next bit of news. Okay, and now let me just take a look at the remaining comments. Rebel 8 looks cool, would have been a godsend. Oops, I hit it. 8 years ago when I was into the Impasto style. Yeah, I agree. If I had it earlier, I would have done more of that, right? Okay, so we're going to talk about standalone tablets today. And I want to make sure we're on the same page about what a standalone tablet is, okay? So, because people are going to watch the stream and they may not understand the way in which I'm talking about things. So we're going to have to go back to recommendations and make sure we're on the same page, okay? Let me bring up the recommendations. Okay, so standalone tablets, there are 3 kinds, okay? And these are devices that, of course, have a screen and that you can use them by themselves. They don't require a computer. And let's start with laptops. So a great example of a laptop is a Microsoft Surface Pro, which is a slate type laptop, or a Samsung Galaxy Book 360, which is a 2-in-1. It folds over, right? And why those are interesting is like you can lay them flat, and the keyboard either doesn't have one or gets out of the way. And let me just say, those kinds of devices, as long as the pen tech is good, they're great if you need Windows compatibility, because none of them are Mac OS. And they're great if you want to do like digital signatures and maybe some light sketching. They're not really artistic. So that's what they're good for, okay? Pen computers are like that. They're really laptops, but they have drawing tablet technology. And actually, they're called drawing tablets. So Wacom calls their Mobile Studio Pro a pen computer. But essentially, it's a laptop with drawing tablet technology. And I don't recommend them. And the reason I don't recommend them is they're super expensive to buy. They're super expensive to repair. And I think you're getting a way better bang for buck by getting a laptop with a mini PC or a laptop with a drawing tablet or a mini PC or something, okay? I think it's a better deal for you. And that leaves us with mobile computers or mobile devices that have pen support, okay? And this again is where we get into iPads and Wacom MovinkPad 11 and Samsung Galaxt Tab S. That's what we're talking about today, okay? So let me start out of the gate, and I think I have a presentation somewhere. It'll help me visualize what I'm going to say to you. Give me a second. Rain says one of the coolest features of Rebel 8 is the micropixel. I think it's like nano texture, is I think what they call it. It is very cool. It's very cool. Let's see. Let's find my. While I'm talking, this month I have moved completely to Mac OS. I'm not using Windows, so I can just gain more familiarity with how Mac OS works. So it's been challenging, but I'm getting every day a little bit more proficient in it. And that makes me very happy. Let's see, where is... Oh, do I have to find it here? There we go. I did find it. Okay, and today's 8/11, so let me open this up. Okay, because I did have a few slides, and we're going to build up some slides actually. Okay, so yeah, this is my agenda. So these are the kind of tablets that fall into our bucket of these Android-based devices. Now let me notice that iPad's not listed, and I did want to talk about the iPad today because it's like a different universe of drawing. Okay, they use a different pen tech. It feels different to draw. It's a different app ecosystem, and the question between an iPad and a drawing tablet or Android is a complex one. And I thought it would be too much to address that topic today, so I'm just sticking to Android. Okay, so these are the ones really that I'm talking about with Android. Now I can't talk about every Samsung Galaxy Tab S device that ever existed. I can talk about the ones I have, right? And I also have an S8 Ultra, but I decided to talk about these two because they're close in size to the other ones, okay? Oh, we have some good comments here. Let me take a quick look. Today, the market is interesting in the tablet area because we no longer have products made by companies like Samsung or Apple. Now companies like XP Pen, UG, Wacom, Huion are wanting to take a slice of the market. Yes, Joseph. Yes, Joseph. Yeah, the situation really has changed, and I think that's why I want to do this video, the stream, because I think we need to reconsider what it is we want. And some ideas have been floating around in my mind. So let me just start with, let me just be honest with you, the weakest entry, Huion Slate. I think there's a Huion Slate 11 and Huion Slate 13. Avoid these tablets, and the reason is really simple. These pens don't use EMR. Doesn't give you a good drawing experience. They don't even use a Huion pen, not a real one, not the PW600 series or, which is what you need to see. And the drawing experience is not good. Now, I've never even used one of these, but if you take a look at anyone who has, specifically take a look at Brad's video, Brad Colbo, of course, is who I'm talking about, or TO1 Tech, and I think some other people have tried it. Not a great experience. I think, I forgot the Spanish channel, Garcia Arts. I think he used it as well. Also, wasn't a great experience. So I expect better out of Huion, and I'm surprised they released this product. Maybe they just wanted something in market. I'm not saying it's a bad device for whatever it is people want to use it for. If you want an Android device, again, maybe if you're just marking documents up, it's okay. For drawing, I would avoid it, and that's what I'm talking about for drawing, okay? Where you want to be careful and precise and accurate with your strokes, okay? So just avoid the Huion Slate. So that gets rid of this one. Okay, the next one is, okay, so this is, how I'm gonna do this stream is, these are my initial thoughts. And it's not, the slide is not actually done, we're gonna write it up. And then at the end of the stream, as we go on, we'll revisit this, okay? But here's my evaluation. It's pretty simple, actually. If you want the best drawing experience, you should say Wacom MovinkPad. I think there is no doubt in my mind that best drawing experience comes from the Wacom MovinkPad 11. There's no doubt, okay? Now the only thing that someone has raised in the stream is, what about that IAF? And we'll look into that, okay? I think it's a fantastic tablet. I've been using both it and the XP Pen Magic drawing pad quite a bit this week. I've literally used them so much. I have taken them to bed with me, and I'm not joking. I'm absolutely not joking. They lay in bed next to me, and then I draw. I just wake up in the middle of the night and I draw. Then I go to the other one and I draw, and I browse the web on one while I'm drawing the other one or listening to music. I'm really spending a lot of time with the devices. Okay. And I want to make sure you understand, I like them both, but you need to understand where I found myself. I think the Wacom MovinkPad 11 right now is the best Android drawing tablet there is, okay? And there's multiple factors. Let's see, Rain says, well, I wish these art companies would and release a powerful standalone tablet. I agree, 100%. Right now, I can't switch from my iPad 13 Air just because I need the processing power for my art. Okay, and so this is why I'm glad you brought this up, Rain, because there's like considerations, okay? And I'm actually going to create a new slide here. And let me format the background so it's not blindingly white. I'm going to leave this one slightly different color just because I know I'll added it, which is coming from iPad. Okay, so I have an iPad Air, like the 11-inch, I guess, is the size. I think, the M2 is what I think the model in mind. I love it, but I think at this point, performance in these tablets lags clearly behind iPad Air, and certainly behind the iPad Pro. Now, I'm sure you can find some older model where they're more aligned, but if you're used to an iPad and you notice how smooth things scroll, I think this may not be the tablet for you. These new tablets, I think you might want to just stick with, so I'd say for right now, stick with iPad until we see more powerful devices. And I would love to see a more powerful device, okay? Okay, let's see. RFDL, hey, RFDL, thanks for joining us. The first time I saw the Huion Android tablet advertised, I was surprised the ad marketed the tablet for general tablet use. Yeah, exactly. It's like, and that's confusing, right? Because in our minds, Huion is a drawing tablet company. And I realized, sorry, let me back up. Huion, in reality, is a company that deals with like digital pen technology for lots of different uses. In our minds, they're always about drawing tablets. So, when they announce a new product like this that has a pen and a screen, we have to think about what the messaging is. Even Wacom has some interesting messaging about the MovinkPad, right? Okay, let's see. Yeah, Philip, the MovinkPad, there's no way. It isn't. And I'm not even as a prediction. You can just see it. Now, having said that, I don't think it's crazy bad, but we can do a live test, right? And we can try a 500 pixel brush. Let's do that, okay? Let's do that. Wait till I get to the performance section, Philip, and please remind me. I've got an iPad somewhere here. I'll go get my Apple Pencil Pro and we'll draw. We'll try to draw with one of my pens, okay? But yeah, it's good to get an expectation. It's good to get an expectation. We can do performance testing for all of these. Yes. Okay. So yeah, if you want the best drawing experience, I think it's the MovinkPad 11, and I think that is primarily driven by the pen, the Wacom Pro Pen 3. Look, I cannot tell this to you enough. The Wacom Pro Pen 3 has a low, we're going to talk about the IAF and investigate, but as a physical device, it has an extremely low IAF. It has a very high maximum pressure, and unit to unit, they're very consistent, okay? They're incredibly consistent in how they're, Tablet Kitten has joined us. Not exactly sure why MediaTek G99 is so popular. Me either, I have no clue, right? Rain, I think you got a good point here. I think, 8 megabytes, which is I think what these tablets typically have, is good enough for a lot of use cases. And I don't want someone to believe that while I was drawing, I felt a lot of lag. I draw on, lines that are, 20 pixels thick for the stroke, right? I do a lot of line art. If I was doing a lot of like painterly things, yeah, I'm not sure how well they would fare, especially with what I saw at Clip Studio. But I think this will meet a lot of people's needs. But if you're expecting like, something super amazing, I think you're gonna, especially if you have experience with Procreate, I think you're gonna be disappointed, okay? And again, I think it goes back to what Tablet Kitten says. I think it has to deal with the choice of processor. I'm not sure why they're picking it, but at this price point, it's not bad, right? So again, if you had to pick one of them, I'd clearly say the Wacom MovinkPad. And by the way, we're going to go over specific areas. We're not going to just talk about the highlights here. 8 megabytes. Sorry, 8 gigabytes. 8 gigabytes. My mistake. Actually, give me a second. I need to fetch something to drink. And okay, I'm back with a slight change up for you all. This is it's not water. This is raspberry hibiscus tea. So unsweetened too. So sorry about my mistake. Yeah, I did mean 8 gigabytes, not 8 megabytes. So another thought about the Movink that I wanted to share is, which I think is good about the Movink actually. Let me get back to my demo screen here. So I think this is my thought about the Movink, honestly, that finally we have a clear answer for, a great drawing experience, not Greta, great. For sub $500 Android tablets, right? And then we have, it's clear. There's no ambiguity in my mind about it, okay? Okay, Tablet Kitten, you're feeling 8 gigabytes is more than enough? I think it works fine. Again, I don't use millions of layers, right? I'm like in the 10s, 20s at most. That would rarely even happen for me. So I'd never see problems, but I can understand someone who's doing something like animation or something, 3D especially, it might not be enough. So yeah, this is my overall feeling about the Movink, is that, there's a clear, I don't think it's ambiguous, right? Wacom, I should say MovinkPad, I keep on making this mistake. Right, there is a standard now, that's it. And we can talk about how the others relate to this. So I'm pretty happy that we have it, right? Okay, so the next thought is, let's talk about this comment about the XP Pen Magic Drawing Pad Gen 2, okay? So let's create a new slide here. Let me copy that because it's, where's the model number? I want to make sure I get the model number so people aren't yelling at me if we're talking about the old model. Let me put it in here. Oops. I thought I hit the wrong. Let's try that again, sorry. I'm just trying to copy the model number so it's not... Okay, it looks like I don't know how Macs work. I've totally messed up on the undo, redo. Get the model number there. There we go. Magic Drawing Pad. And I still don't know its official name, whether they call it Gen 2 or 2025 edition or something else. It's pretty confusing. Arifdale, I think it's smart that Wacom starts with low-end standalone before making... Yes! I 100% agree with you. 100% agree. Wacom has been focusing too much on top-of-the-line tablets previously. This made them less popular. Yeah, look, they have done something remarkable. They took their best drawing tech and put it, in like almost the lowest tier drawing tablet, meaning the lowest tier of cost, right? And that's not bad, right? It's not bad. And we have a clear answer. Let's see. Oh yeah. So what I want to talk about this is what were the issues with this? So the issues have to deal with tilt. We're going to talk about the tilt issues, right? I'm going to demonstrate what the issues are, and I think you'll realize. And the pens can be inconsistent. Consistent, unit to unit, meaning two different pens of the same model in terms of max pressure. On the other hand, it is the biggest of the the ones considered here, right? It's big. It's almost as big as a 13-inch iPad, and I like it. I want to make sure you understand this. This is the weirdest part for me. I like drawing on both of them very much. I don't have problems with tilt. Sorry, let me rephrase that. I don't use tilt. So the fact that the tilt on this device is wonky is not a problem, okay? It works fine for me because tilt is never an issue. The only thing I make sure is I disable tilt in brushes that normally would have it. And I'll demonstrate all of this for you, okay? Rain says 8 gigabytes is fine, but I have issues with the processors. But I do large illustrations with a lot of detail. And to be fair, they do quite well, but definitely not as good as iPad Air. iPad Air does fantastic, right? High performance tablet. Etch glass, yeah, that's an advantage. That's an advantage. I wish I was better at answering color questions. All I can say is I wasn't disappointed with it at all. I think I would agree with you. It seemed more accurate. But I'm not the best judge of these things. Okay. And then the Samsung Galaxy Tab. So we're going to consider these things. So I have a bunch of slides ready, which are going to, we'll take down notes of things as I discover, and we'll talk about them. So let's just talk about the size first, okay? So I don't know I'll put results here. I don't know what to put. I'm trying to compare these tablets, right? And let's see if I can give you an overhead. Okay, this is almost what I want. I need to do a little bit of movement around here. Let's see. Let me find I have an app that controls the camera above here. Get this out of the way. And this, I've got so much stuff here. Bluish tint, huh, Rain? Interesting. Okay, where's my spot thing? Let's see, console. Let's do a little zoom. Maybe not quite so much. And let's do a little. Okay, this is good enough. It's a little bit of a weird angle. I think I can fix that. Yeah, this is probably not bad. Okay. So let me unplug this. I think it'll still work. Yep, okay. Easier not to have as many cables around. Let's take the biggest of the tablets we have here. Now you're gonna have to keep this straight in your head what I'm doing, okay? Move my phone out of the way. This is the XP Pen Magic Drawing Pad Gen 2, okay? It is just slightly smaller than an my iPad Pro 13-inch, okay? Or my iPad Air 13-inch. Eddie and I agree with you. The fact that they use the Pro Pen 3 is great. We'll talk about it. The next up is the MovinkPad 11. So for some reason in my head, I thought the MovinkPad was going to be much smaller. It actually isn't. It's almost the same size, right? It's almost the same size. So, and I don't know if it's my head, but I also feel that the XP Pen is a little more squarish than the MovinkPad. Okay. Don't know if that's true, but I just want to let you know the aspect ratio feels a little different, at least mentally to me. And then this is the Samsung Galaxy Tab S9 FE. Okay. Now the reason I don't have the S9 FE Plus or whatever. The reason I bring this up, the reason I'm showing it to you, is because it is my #1 recommended Android tablet right now for drawing tablets. It is. Okay. Let me get one more device. I'll be back in just a second. Okay, and then this is the Samsung Galaxy Tab S6 Lite 2022 edition. Okay, I'm trying to put all these so that the left edge is correct, okay? Right? So I feel like this is a little too small, but it's like for anyone who really, they're constrained by, this is the Samsung Galaxy Tab S6 Lite 2022 edition. If they're, some people come to me, they're looking for, their budget is $250. And what can they get? This is underpowered, but like it's a good beginner basic tablet. One that I think people will outgrow as they use. But like that's like the small end. The S9 FE, Galaxy Tab S9 FE. I like this tablet. In my head, we'll take a look at performance benchmarks that people have collected. And this may be unfair or fair, but to me, these felt very similar in terms of like performance, all three of these. I will say maybe these two, the new Wacom MovinkPad and the Magic Drawing Pad 2, now maybe I feel like they're a little bit snappier than I did before. The other thing about the Samsung Galaxy Tab S9 FE is it's very, it's that almost 16 by 10, 16 by 9 aspect ratio. It's not as fun to hold like this as an iPad, and it feels weird like here. The iPad is like what, 4 by 3 or 3 by 2 or something. It's a much better form factor. These don't quite match up to an iPad, but they're closer, so I like them a bit better. At least I think they're closer. I haven't done any measurements, right? But both of these are really good sized. Now, I will say this, they get to the size, honestly. This is the Movink in my hand, and the Magic Drawing Pads on my right hand. These get to the size where, honestly, they're not really heavy, but like they're awkward to hold, if that makes any sense. And I almost always draw with this, like I'm always, on my stomach drawing in bed, right? I like drawing on both. I do like drawing on both. And they're both enough in terms of size, okay? So I'll look up the specs later and put them into my slides. But basically, I'll just write this down. This is the largest for now. This is the next largest. I would say this is next largest. And actually I would say this is honestly, this would be the smallest I would go. Typically recommend. But the Samsung Galaxy Tab S6 Lite, that would be like, but for low budget only. Okay, and I think it's just a little too, it's definitely too small. That's my preference. I know some people probably use it and they'll be fine with it. Okay. Cost, I'll add the cost later. We don't need to cover that right now. Android version, so I know that, actually let's double check. Give me a second. Both of these are the same one, so let me. Yeah, Android version 14. So this is a 14, this is a 14, and Voidats, you got to help me. If there's a better term, I'm happy to use it. Happy to use it. And I think I updated both my Samsungs. Let's take a quick look. Just getting to the settings so I can write this down. This has gotten a couple of updates. I believe this may be up to 15 actually. Yeah, it is. It is. Okay, so right there we have our first real kind of conundrum here. I'll check the light. I'll check the S6 light as well, just to be complete. Oh, I didn't charge it up. Okay, I'll just do that later. So really we have our big conundrum right now, right? Android 16 is going to come out. And we just don't know, right, what the answer is to these things, right? I could have sworn, this should say MovinkPad. I could have sworn that I saw Wacom saying this is not upgradable to Android 16. I think I may have seen that also with the XP Pen. I will double check. If anyone knows already, just let me know. I will say this is probably my biggest point of concern about these tablets. Like, 16 is apparently going to come out, I don't know, very soon. And so the fact that these may not be upgradable is kind of a problem, right? Not a big problem, but there seems like there are going to be some good things with 16. Eddie says, fast, you're talking about the Galaxy Tab, right? Fast and precise brush strokes, you can draw it with a battery-free version of Apple Pencil. S Pen Creator Edition, by the way, is not any better than the normal S Pen in my measurements. Hey, Mako Craft, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. So I'll find this out, but I do not believe these can be upgraded. Right? So again, I don't want to put it on screen and say no when they're going to be, but I'll find that out. Okay, this is one that's pretty easy to answer. So can you use these as this? Can you use any of these as a secondary monitor? And the only one you can is actually here. It's the XP Pen Magic Drawing Pad, right? Which is a good feature. Okay. And remember, we're going to start doing demos. I'm not always just going to look at a slide and talk. And in fact, my next demo comes here so everyone can see it. Can it be used as a pen display with your computer? You know, this requires DP in, right? And the answer for some of these is clearly no, right? No in this case, no in this case. Now, I don't think it's a killer to not have this feature, to be quite honest, right? This can be. Can I find a, okay, give me a second. Let me get a Thunderbolt cable and I'll show it to everyone and we'll demonstrate what this feature is. 1 second. Okay, Hera, I see your message. Don't forget Super Display or Easy Canvas. I will try not to forget. If I do, just remind me. Okay, so I've got a Thunderbolt 3 cable, and we're just going to try and see what happens. Now, there's two parts of this. There's first there's DP in, and of course we'll try Windows and Mac, and then there's whether you can use it as a pen display. Right? We'll try that also on Windows and Mac. So, I'm going to get to the right side here, and you remember how this works last time? I was so confused. It took me like an hour to figure out what was going on. Oh, let me put in my password. Okay, so let's go over the overhead. So there's a Mac over here. You can't see it, a MacBook Pro. Let me try to at least show you it somewhere here. And I'm going to connect it here. And the question is, can I use this as an external monitor? The answer is it should work. We'll see. I should get a notification. Actually, I didn't. That's wild. Oh, here it is. It took a few seconds. It took a few seconds. Right down at the bottom, it says DP screen sharing. It doesn't appear for more than like 2 seconds, so you have to, you gotta be looking for it. So let's just do this again. So this is one thing I did not like about how this is implemented. I'm not blaming XP Pen. This is, I believe, probably just an Android thing. So 1, 2, okay, it took at least 2 seconds. DP in screen sharing, right here, I click it. And this app, you have to, the first time you run some app will want to run, you have to give it permission to run. And then that, you can barely see it, but just to convince you it's there, I'm going to drag in a window here. See? You see it? Okay, so this is a really nice feature. I'm not saying it's the killer feature to end all features, but this is a nice feature. I like it very much, okay? I think it's a good feature to have, and I think it's one that makes me think, you know, I'm often having my iPad in front of my, actually you can see it here. Let me show you what I'm trying to do here. Do you see, on my normal desk, I have a stand, this power below stand actually, right? And sometimes I have my iPad in front like this, and sometimes I just want to use this like a third monitor, okay? And this would let me do that, even temporarily. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Say that again here. There's a USB icon in the notification bar. Is there? I didn't pay attention actually. Let me try it again. Yeah, there's a, well, there is this one, you can barely see it. There's a little display thing that popped up here. And it says, you know, whether you want to stop extending or whatever, right? So that was quite nice. But which USB icon did you mean in the notification bar? Because I'm not sure I was following you correctly. Okay, now I need a Windows machine. I'm going to try that out as well. So back in a second, as always. Okay, I'm back, and I got a Microsoft Surface Pro 8, which is one of my favorite devices. And just to show you how this works. Again, I don't think this is a killer not to have this feature, but it's super convenient, right? Let's see, for some devices, Hera says, a USB or HDMI icon pops up the notification bar if you miss the pop. Yeah, I didn't see it, but I'll look again more carefully this time, okay? Because that would be useful. You know, I struggled for an hour in my first stream trying to use this 2 weeks ago, because I think exactly for this reason, Hera, because I plugged it in, I didn't see that message about DPN, and the next thing I knew was like, it didn't do anything, right? It had no memory that this event happened, at least in my eyes. You tap to bring it up, back up, okay. Just the bar. Okay, I'll try. I'll see what happens. Okay, let me turn this device on, log in. Sorry, I'm just pausing because I'm waiting for Windows to start up. Okay, sure, it started up. And give me 1 second. Of course, my Windows machine also stole the Bluetooth here, so that was nice. So let me fix that as well. 1 second. Okay, automatically reconnected, fantastic. Okay, let's see what happens. So, let's get overhead. Surface Pro, you can see the red keyboard on my left. And this time here, I'll try to pay more attention. Gotta find the slot there. Okay. This is why it's confused. Also, the other times I did this, I did it when the device was not unlocked. So let me unlock it. 1 second. Okay, and that caused further confusion. You know, I should probably do a quick video and publish it about this procedure because I don't think XP Pen has. Okay, DP screen sharing. And look, this UI looks actually a little different. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's just in my imagination. I'm looking now for notification bar. There's something here. Okay, that was my normal connection. Let me disable that. But it works seamlessly. And this leads us to our next test. Let's do this again. I'm going to try to cancel this. Share this. There was an icon that appeared here. I don't know if you saw it. A little USB icon. And you want me to tap on it to bring it back up. I'm tapping away at it, but it's not doing anything. Yeah, I just don't see it. I mean, if I swipe down, if I swipe up, it's just not doing anything for me. So there's a little USB there. It just doesn't seem to be active for me. Or maybe misunderstanding how to use it. Okay, so this leads us to our next feature that the Magic Drawing Pad has, which none of the other tablets have, which is this feature. Can you use the tablet as a pen display. Okay. In other words, can I start drawing here, and the mouse moves on the surface? Now this won't work with the Mac. We'll double check. Actually, I don't expect it to work with the Mac. It would be more. Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like unplugging, replugging is the only way to get it to work, which is weird. Like I can ask XP Pen, or I can put that in my notes at least and ask them what's going on with this. Okay, so it's plugged in, and let's give you the overhead so you know what I'm doing here. Okay. So I'm going to use a pen here. Here it is, the XP Pro, X3 Pro Slim, I guess. If I move it here, what happens? Sorry, I didn't click the right thing. My mistake. Let me try that again. I forgot to select DPN. But this time I'll do it. DPN screen sharing. There we go. Now. Okay, so now does this really work? Can I really use this to draw? Right? I have clip here. Now, first of all, this pointer is my hand moving the mouse. Okay, you can see it. Okay, sorry, the brightnesses here are set a little bit weirdly. Let me see if I can make it a little more compatible so it's not strange. Where's the brightness here? Yeah, that's close enough, right? Mako Craft says, would be nice if it'll appear in the notification bar so that options can be enabled without unplugging. Yeah, exactly. And I searched, I couldn't find it there either. Maybe I missed it, but I just could not find it. So I think that's a UI experience. Oh, wow, okay. I dropped the pen and the buttons fell out. So give me a second, I did a little surgery here. Okay, I think that worked actually. So can I, first of all, what happens now? Okay, this is very important. I'm going to zoom in for you so you know what's going on. Because it's not easy to explain, okay? Let me zoom in a little bit more. Okay. Maybe even more, okay. That's the maximum I can zoom. Can everyone see the kind of pointer that's there? A hair, yeah, I just tested, oh, sorry, I did not test tilt. We'll test it, thanks for, so here's the first strange thing. Notice the pointer here. It's what? It's the, when you see this pointer, what it tells you is, it's not using, well, it can't. This tablet does not use, I'm not saying this correctly. Let me just back up and rephrase this. This Surface Pro on the left, which you can't see right now, does not have the XP Pen drivers, okay? So if you plug in a strange tablet, it's gonna use the Windows plug and play drivers, which I talked about in a recent video. And that's the sign that the plug and play drivers are being used is this strange sort of weird cursor, okay? Now let's just see what works when this happens. I'm gonna launch Clip. Oh, actually, not Clip, because I made my own testing app, which is better for this, because it lets me test tilt and everything, okay? Give me a second. Where's my testing app? There we go. Tablet tester. Okay. So, you probably can't see it very clearly, but I'm going to turn off pressure sensitivity. And I'm going to change the color by tilt altitude, okay? So, you see the colors change? That means the more I tilt over, You see, it gets more like purple. The more I'm up and down, it's red. Okay. Now something else funny is going on here. You see these little striations? That shouldn't be happening. Okay. You'll see that with the Magic Drawing Pad. But this has nothing to do with this connecting to the surface. This is just a problem with the tablet. So the first good news is that works. Tilt works in this mode. And the second thing is that, let me do the size by pressure. Does pressure work? Yeah. So if you want to use this like a pen display, you can. Okay. Now to be fair, I haven't put this through its paces, right? But it's good to see this works. Okay. So tilt works, pressure works, and overall it feels okay, right? I will say that when you use the DP in mode, the DP in mode, it just has a little tiny bit of lag, right? You might not notice it, but if you really use tablets a lot, I think you'd notice. But it's not irritating, okay? So also, how many, let's take a look. You can't see it, but right here, it tells me how many reports per second. So let me draw a long stroke. Okay, so normally when you use a pen display, you're getting like 200 reports per second. In this web UI, with this app, I'm getting 60 per second. Let me do this again. So you're gonna notice, I'm just going a long stroke, okay? Yeah, 60.2 per second. So you don't get as many reports per second in this web mode. If it's not a web mode, if you're running Clip Studio Paint, it should be better than 60, but I don't think you're gonna see like 200, okay? Normally you should see like 100. So there is something else going on here. Could be due to the driver that's being used. But the fact this works is kind of cool, right? So I have to be, this also means something else, okay? Which is, let's go to Clip now, and I'm gonna show you what happens here. I don't want to erase this. What I want to do is I want to go to, what's it called? Is it preferences? Yeah, and I want tablet. Oops. Right here it says use tablet PC. Okay, that's interesting because we know that the Windows tablet, the Windows things are, so this should work. This should work actually, and it does. Pressure works, and I assume tilt does. Actually, it feels good. I'm surprised it works as well as it does. Okay. Now, what happens though if you do this? If you turn off Tablet PC, meaning Windows Ink, and you use WinTab, let's hit OK, and then let me do not save. Okay, now I'm going to start Clip again. Okay, so one thing is that it looks like changing from WinTab to Tablet PC and back didn't affect it, which is weird. I wouldn't have expected that. Let's make sure we can draw correctly. Okay, so there is an effect. If I switch to WinTab, I lose pressure sensitivity. I probably lost tilt as well. So the pen can give you its position, but not pressure. So if you're going to use these apps with this thing, you have to make sure that you're using Windows Ink as your application. Okay. And Hera, I think the tilt we'll find out about tilt. We're gonna do some experiments there. Okay, so overall, this worked reasonably well as a pen display, right? I think that's a super cool feature. I think this is the way the standalone tablets should work. You should be able to use them as monitors. You should be able to use them as another pen display, right? I think that's the way it should work. Okay, so the Magic Drawing Pad Gen 2 is the only one that does this. So that's a big plus in its favor. Again, I don't think it's a killer feature, but this should be the standard. That's my feeling. Okay. Mako Craft says, I think the Gen 2 Magic Drawing Pad performs much better. I tested the previous gen last year and I'm really not happy how the pen pressure works that time. What did you notice? It just was not, was it erratic or something? Okay, we're gonna try the Mac, okay, because this Mac has XP Pen drivers. So Windows, remember in Windows, the Windows plug and play drivers worked here. But now we're gonna see what happens with the Mac, okay? And by the way, I didn't know what happened with the XP Pen drivers with Windows, so that's another test I'll have to confirm. This Mac has XP Pen drivers. I'll check before I log in. Okay. Yep, XP Pen drivers are there. And let's see. I need to start Clip. Clip has been started. So what happens now? Oh, where's the thing here? DP screen sharing. Okay. And you can barely make out, just to make it easier for you, I'm gonna go in here and set the resolutions correctly. So I'm going into the settings of the Mac. Yeah, you can see the Magic Drawing Pad here. And I'm gonna set this resolution to be a little different. I'm gonna set it to be this, so just the text will be a little bigger. There. And actually, I think I need to make this just a little bit brighter as well. So give me a second. Oh, I don't have that's fine, that's fine. We don't need to worry about that too much. Okay, I'm gonna move this Clip Studio here. Actually, before I use Clip Studio, let's use my tester here. Gitbook. The pressure is blotting. Does it only happen if you're drawing with very light strokes? Okay, so here's the first thing. When you're using it like a pen tablet with a Mac, there's no touch. Remember, I have the XP Pen driver installed. And the XP Pen driver, does it detect this tablet? That's the next question. It does. If you can see here, I know it's really hard to see actually. It actually has the name of the tablet here, okay? And it's not, the pen has no reaction whatsoever, right? Like none. So right now, I'll double check, but it doesn't, I think I have the latest driver as well. It doesn't look like this driver, it does recognize the tablet, but you cannot draw with it on a Mac, okay? After the stream, I'll double check I have the latest driver, but that's a thing you should take into account. On the Mac, it does not seem like you can use it as a drawing tablet, okay? But on Windows, you can. So let's just take that as a note. So basically what I found was, there's a star here, which is, this is Windows, yes. With PNP drivers, need to test with XP Pen drivers. So I'll do that, and on Mac, the answer was no. Pen and touch functionality did not work. Okay? Let's see what Harris says. If someone comes out with a 14-inch Android 16 tablet with DPN, a good pen, a decent processor, that could, yeah. I would also add, I think they should have DP out so they can send a signal to something else, which all iPads I think now can do. I don't know why it seems like we just don't have something as powerful, right? Maybe this is gonna be our lucky year. Okay. The next thing I want to talk about is the included pen. Okay, so I'll just keep this simple. For these two, it's the Samsung S Pen, the S Pen for the Galaxy Tab S9 FE. For the Movink, it's a Pro Pen 3. It's a special variant. So it's a special variant. But it is compatible with all the Pro Pen 3s. For the XP Pen Magic Drawing Pad, it's the X3 Pro Slim. Okay? So that's what came with it. And we'll talk about each of the pens. Compatible pens. So these are what other pens are compatible. So actually, let me copy and paste from the previous set. Because this is actually a slightly different answer here. Oops. Oh, I hate copy and paste element. Okay, so the S Pen, of course, and UD-EMR pens, such as CP913, CP923, etc. Right? A whole bunch of those UD-EMR, Wacom One compatible pens, basically. And then let me copy this text. So the same is true here. And the same is true actually with the Wacom Movink. Right? Let me put this up on one line. Now, unfortunately, no other Pro Pens are compatible. So that's a weirdness, right? So Pro Pen 2 is not compatible. That's something I really dislike about the MovinkPad 11. It should not be that way, and I'm kind of disappointed. Let me make sure people understand. Right? So I tested the X3 Pro. I tested the X3 Pro roller. I don't think the roller worked. I don't think roller didn't work. So they all worked for position and tilt, and the buttons to some extent, all of them. But the roller didn't do the rolling part. Okay. So probably again, the Pro Pen 3 is the best pen, and let me just show to you why it's the best pen, so everyone can see. Let me get to. Where's the Finder window? Let's see. Oh, OneDrive. I want you to see exactly why I make my claim that the Pro Pen 3 is the right one. Why can't I, there we go, okay. Okay. So, these are a bunch of like standard slides that sometimes I need to reuse for different presentations. So, let's take a look at the Wacom ProPen pressure response Wacom, okay? What you want to pay attention to is where the curves hit the maximum, meaning their maximum pressure, okay? This is the ProPen 3. Where do you see them landing? They're all in the excellent category. They're very, remember, look at the behavior of all these pens is very similar. And they're all in like from 600 to 700. Great place to be, fantastic. Gives you more control over your pressure, okay? Great, understood? Fair, let's move on. Now let's take a look at the, sorry, let me find that thing again. The UDMR pens, okay? So this is the CP913, well actually we'll start with a Samsung. Look at this. I have 4 of these pens. They're just kind of like, they're not in a great place. They're kind of okay, they're around okay. Some are halfway to good and some are, you know, that's what I'd say, they're not great. But that's the S Pen. How about UDMR pens? Gen CP923, oh, okay, they're okay. Gen 1 pens are, Gen 1 pens are here. They're also okay, slightly better, just very slightly better than the CP923. So what does that tell you? ProPen 3 is excellent in terms of maximum pressure. These UDMR pens, including the Samsung X Pen, are just basically in the okay to okay-ish range, okay? This is why I think if you want a drawing experience, you don't want to get the Samsung Galaxy Tab S9. It just doesn't, the drawing experience is just not as good as the Wacom, okay? Now what about the XP pen? That's also an interesting case here. Oh, where are we? Oh, did I lose it? There we go. So we're looking at the X3 Pro series. Now the X3 Pro is interesting. They're all better really than the UDMR pens, which is good. But they're not, they're just very highly variable. Some of them are almost excellent and some of them are just okay, right? In terms of maximum pressure. Again, this means you'll get better control of your pressure in your strokes. So I'm okay using the X3 pens I have, and I'm going to remeasure these to see, you know, maybe as I've learned more about pressure, these might start getting into the same place. But I'm not expecting too much of a change because I've measured these, you know, I have so many of these now. I think I have 15 of these now or something. So I have a few more data points to collect, but they've just been all over the place. But I'll try again, and maybe they'll collapse more closely. I'm hoping I'll see they'll mostly end up in the good range. But in any case, the point here is, in terms of drawing experience, in terms of pressure, the MovinkPad 11 really is the better one. I think the X3 Pro is actually quite fine. But, you know, it's a little bit more of a guess which the results you're going to get for different units. Okay. Now, let's get back to compatible pens. So I would say, so this is just like okay to okay-ish. Same here for pen pressure sensitivity. This is, sorry, more correctly, this is max pressure. They all are pressure sensitive. So MovinkPad 11 is excellent. And the Magic Drawing Pad Gen 2 is kind of depends on the pen. Can be, you know, okay to very good, right? Just depends on the unit. I need to retest, so I'll just put that as a note. I will commit to retesting some of these pens. We'll test these pens. Because my ability to measure has improved as well. Maybe when I measure them all on the same day, I'll find out some better results, okay? IAF, as I said earlier, the S6 Lite, I think it's on the order of like, I'm just gonna put down 5 gram force for the S Pen. This should be, now in theory, this should be less than 1 gram force. We're gonna do a test, in theory. So this is cubes measurements. With OTD. And then Magic Drawing Pad, based on the numbers as on my X3 pen, it's 3 gram force, okay? With the X3 Pro pen. So let's test this theory out. I think it was Philip pointed out about the pressure sensitivity, and I'm gonna disconnect the pens here. And we're gonna see, okay? We're gonna see what happens. And in order to do this test, I need to get the Movink and compare it to the MovinkPad. So give me a second. Okay, I'm back. I've got the Movink next to me, next to the MovinkPad. And I see my music kicked off, so let me re-engage it. Okay, so this is a test of how the Pro Pen 3 works. So I'm gonna move away this MovinkPad. I think it was Philip that pointed out, some people had said the IF was different. And I said, that's surprising. Hey, Jeff Nowicki says, let's take this random question. I bought a Wacom Cintiq TK168. Can you remind me the name of that? That's the new 1716, right? Tell me if I have that correct. Sometimes I can't remember the model numbers correctly. As my first pen screen, do you know how hard it is to damage the screen by using high pressure with the pen? Bit of a tricky question. There's 2 ways of answering this. Number one is, let's ignore scratches for a second. Like, these glass screens of these pen displays can, they can survive a decent amount of force against them. Like, the Pro Pen 2 is like 800 gram force. Okay, you confirmed it? The 2025 version, perfect. So, you can, essentially you can press down with about half a pound of force for sure, and nothing bad will happen. In terms, like, you won't crack the glass, okay? So that's safe. You're not gonna crack the glass or bend it in some weird way. So that's just not thinking about scratching. Scratching is a totally different weird thing, okay? Some people end up scratching their displays and some people don't. I don't scratch my displays for some reason. And we don't really know the full reasons why people end up scratching their displays. For some people, it just seems to happen all the time, and some people it just doesn't happen. It does not happen to me. Here are some reasons why we think it might not be happening, or it might be happening. Number one, there's a theory that particulate matter, like, I don't know, small pieces of metal, silica, whatever, that are in gritty things, get on the surface somehow, like especially if you're in an industrial environment, and your pen can pick that, essentially drive it into the glass, and people get tiny scratches. Some people speculate, they don't have any microscope photos to do this, that these little bits might actually embed themselves in the plastic of the nib, and then you're really dragging them across. So that's the thing that's harder to test. whether if you're a scratcher. Do you have any experience using a pen display and like scratching things up or not? Is your environment like, have you noticed if your iPad, for example, if you're using the Apple Pencil, have you noticed it getting scratched up? Because if you've noticed that other glass things are getting scratched up, which are supposed to be really hard, like Gorilla Glass and stuff, then you might want to, for the sake of preventing scratches, want to get an additional clear screen protector, right? Does that make sense, Jeff? Let me know. Okay, now we're going to do our IAF test. Let me move this pen out of the way. Okay. IAF. Where is IAF? That helped? Okay, good, good. It's a fantastic question. I really need to write up this. I need to write up what I said as like a document, because it comes up so often about when people ask about should they get a screen protector and they're worried about scratching the screen, and I just wish there was a clear answer. I remember one person told me, maybe it was in the Discord, that they were in an environment where, like an industrial environment, there was like small bits of like metal, and that he said that like all the all the devices that had LCD screens were scratched up, like they would always get super scratched up, and so that's why I can't discount environmental factors. Okay, I'm going to show you my screen, even though there's very little. Actually, before I do that, this screen is not. I need to brighten this thing up, don't I? Yeah. Otherwise, you'll never see what's going on here. There we go. That's about as bright as it is in reality. Okay. This is the Wacom Movink, not the MovinkPad. The question was, how does the IAF of this device compare to the MovinkPad? Some people felt in one YouTube video that the same pen had lower IAF on here than here. And there are reasons why that might actually happen. So we have to solve this. We have to investigate this. And when you need something like this investigated, you call the tablet detective. That's me, the tablet detective. Okay, this is my Pro Pen 3. Let's see, Jerry says, oops, saw a Japanese review of the MovinkPad. Apparently the scratch happened because the camera fell onto the tablet. Okay, well that's the Japanese, I believe that. I think someone did mention that. The Philip's comment was on, I believe, a Spanish channel. Or it may not have been Philip, I'm sorry if it was somebody else maybe. But we didn't have the link to the channel. Okay, so let me bring up my favorite drawing app, which is my tester application. Because I know what it does. Like I know it doesn't fool around with pressure. It's just, okay, and I'm gonna put I'm gonna bring the same app up, actually. Here. Give me a second. And I will give you my honest evaluation about these things. Oops, come on, man. Okay, it's really bright, and okay, you can barely see it. Let me correct my, let's see, what do I need to do here? It's a little better, okay. To me, they look almost exactly the same. So it's funny to see how it's sort of coming up on camera. But it doesn't really matter too much. The key thing is IAF. So this is the Movink super light just intuitively. And you know what, let me be, yeah, sorry, I'll test with this pen. I was gonna say I have multiple, I have like 10 of these pens, okay? to me, they seem really, let's see, Rain asked a question. Have I been enjoying the MovinkPad 11 more than the Moving 13? Yeah, because I'm a bed doodler. That sounds weird. I draw in bed a lot, and I draw when I can't sleep, and or when I'm bored, and I'm waking up early or something. So you can't really, you could in theory do that with the Movink, but the MovinkPad is convenient. It's laying next to me or on the nightstand. I just bring it over and do that. So I'm just using it more, right? And I like it a lot. I really do like it. I wish it was more powerful, to be quite honest, but it's like, I'm not disappointed with it in any way. Okay, so whoever was asking me about the IAF, I'm going to test a couple more pens because we have to make sure we're doing this. I don't detect any kind of real difference, right? And I'm going to turn on a feature here. It'll make the lines, they'll just go really thick. Oh, one more thing you should know about this kind of test. If you want to test this correctly, if you're testing on two different things, you have to hold the pen at the same angle, because pens are more sensitive when they're completely vertical like this. They're less sensitive like this. So the lightest touches here are getting somewhere. And let me do the same thing here with the pressure here. To me, they're super light. They're both really low IAF, okay? MegcoCraft, hey, thank you so much for that nice comment, and please get a good sleep, okay? Have a great time, and look forward to having you join us on a future stream, okay? And Luis Salas Lastra says, these in-depth comparisons are fascinating and very useful. Thank you, that's why I love doing it, because this is something I don't think people get to see very often. Let's see, Mark Anthony has joined us. Hello, Mark Anthony. I just got my MovinkPad 11 this morning. I like it more than the 13 I tried last. Interesting. I'd love for you to tell us a little bit more about what you're noticing about it, right? Okay, let me get a few more Pro Pen 3s, because I have a lot of them. And we'll just try a couple of more, because you got to test multiple pens, right? So 1 second, I'll be right back. Okay, when I say I have a lot of pens, sometimes people just don't believe me. These are all the Pro Pen 3s I have, okay? So yeah, I have quite a few. We won't test all of them. we're just going to test maybe 2 more. Let's see if I notice anything, right? I'll just randomly pick. Okay, randomly picked one. Oh, Rain says, oh, you did link it. Okay, we'll take a look at that in just a second because that's exactly what we talk about. Okay, so first we're going to compare these two, and then we'll compare the MDP. Oops, where did I go here? Pen number 2, also super, same IAF. And we'll try pen number 3, randomly selected. Yeah. So why did I do this test for Movink and MovinkPad? We want to ensure that Wacom, because this is a $450 tablet, which costs less than the Wacom One 13 Touch, which isn't standalone even, and has a terrible screen. Or not, sorry, doesn't have a terrible screen. It has a really bad pen, and I don't recommend the device because I don't think the drawing experience is even great. This costs less, does more, and has a better drawing experience, right? It's just, we want to make sure they weren't somehow sabotaging the Pro Pen 3 experience, and they didn't. And I didn't expect they would because they want to maintain the the reputation of Pro Pen 3. So that's good, okay? So super low IF, we can confirm that, right? I can't measure it with a scale, but I can tell you it's very, very, very low. Okay, which is typical for Wacom. It's excellent. Now, let's get, let's go watch this video, is what we got to do, because let's see what live stream. It's thank you so much. By the way, this I got to tell you, everyone. You're going to see it in a second. This guy, the channel's called Garcia Arts. I'm going to rant a little bit. Has one of the best channels out there, right? Just absolutely, I love his videos. And the good thing is, I used to have to watch his videos with subtitles on because I don't speak Spanish. But now YouTube does an auto translation, so you can hear, this voice speak in English. So that's great. So there's bigger audience than ever for this guy. I hope his channel blows up. But fantastic. And I love his approach to tablets, the way he talks about it and the way he thinks about it. So let's take a look. Okay. Now I got to set some things up so that you're hearing what I'm hearing, okay? So let me turn off the sound effects for a second. And then I'm going to turn on the not that. Okay. I think it's system audio. Okay, now you have to bear with me on this, okay? I'm going to let it play just so we understand the volume.
But will this MovinkPad 11 be good enough? Well, let's find out together. The truth is that this is the first Wacom product in a long time that caught my attention enough to spend my own money on it.
Let me just take a few. Let me just take a look at a few comments, and I just want to make sure we identify 17-minute mark. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Who linked that? That was Vampire on the Discord. Sometimes people have different usernames on the Discord than YouTube. It always confuses me. But who was it that put that there? Rain. Okay, so Rain, you're Vampire. Is that correct? Okay, I'll have to keep this association straight. Okay, let me take a quick look at comments, then we'll go to the 17-minute mark. Mark Anthony has been posting some interesting comments here. This is This is about why he likes the MovinkPad. The resolution looks better at 11-inch. Okay, fair. Touch is more responsive on Android versus macOS. Absolutely fair. Good point. That touch on the MovinkPad will be more responsive because it's built in, native to Android. But yeah, the resolution is better. For sketching, ideation, and basic grayscale painting works great. I'm starting to warm up to the Pro Pen 3. By the way, I feel the same way. I have been a Pro Pen 3 sort of skeptical of it for a while, but past few months, I've been using it more and more. I've switched over from the Pro Pen to the Pro Pen 3. I do something weird though. I use the thicker buttons. There's buttons meant for the grip, so they rise up. I use that instead of the ones that are low, because the buttons stick out. And the reason I do that is it helps me find the buttons without pressing them, and it also stabilizes the pen in my hand. It doesn't rotate. So, a little pro tip for you. But Mark Anthony's point here is quite interesting, which is that Wacom pitches this device as kind of like a thing ideal for quick sketching. That's exactly what I found, because I don't draw on mobile devices like I draw on my desktop. When I'm drawing on my desktop, I'm doing the final thing. I'm pretty seriously drawing. When I'm drawing in a mobile way, I'm kind of sketching things out. And so it's interesting, I was kind of skeptical about the way Wacom did that. I talked about the tablet as being for, ideation and things like that, but now I'm starting to get it. Because you can turn that thing on just by touching the pen, which is a great feature, right? So good thing to keep in mind that they sort of saw this gap in how we think about tablets. And I bring my device around to my house, to different rooms and outside. Yeah, the size is good. I was actually skeptical because it wasn't as big as the Magic Drawing Pad, which is like 13 inches almost. But I've come to really like it. It's not too big and it's not too small. Harris says, Moving 13 plus DeX is super responsive with touch. Okay, great to know. Great to know. Mike Roch, could that be plugged into a PC and become a screen tablet? Mike, yes, we actually tested that earlier in the stream and it worked. And I drew with Clip Studio Paint and it supported tilt and it supported, let me pick up. The Magic Drawing Pad can be used that way. The MovinkPad cannot be used that way. Okay? Also, the Magic Drawing Pad, both can be used as displays, but only the Magic Drawing Pad can be used as a pen display, okay? And then also, the Magic Drawing Pad, using it as a pen display, only worked on Windows. It didn't work on Mac. So that could be a bug or a limitation or a temporary one, so I have to talk to XPPen and find that out. So, it's a very restricted case where it works. Windows with the Magic Drawing Pad. Okay. And yes, Harris says for the MovinkPad, you need third-party software. Okay, what do we want to do? We wanted IAF. Oh, we want to watch Garcia Arts here. So let me move forward. See my screen. Okay. Remember, check this channel out. Okay, 17-minute mark. Let's just let it play starting at 6:40. Oops, system audio. Here we go. Okay, this should work now.
The tip is made of rubber, slides more, and the textured version of the iPad is very similar to that of the MatePad Pro. It gives you the least control of the three, although it also improves the experience with a textured screen on this type of pencil, so that you can see that the issue of hertz has nothing to do with lag. This inscribed tablet, for example, has more lag than the XPPN Magic Pad. having 90 Hz, while the XP Pen has 60. And, as you can see in the review, the latency is higher than on the Magic Pad. I don't know how it looks on camera, but in person I can easily notice that the latency here is not very good. Of course, having one side by side, I can confirm 100% that the screen of this one moving is much better than that of the XPP Magic Pad, which has a bluish tone. In conclusion, I think that if you are looking for a general-purpose tablet with a textured screen, a good drawing experience, notes, a Huawei MP right now seems to me to be the best option there is. But if what you are looking for is something with the best possible drawing experience and that is the only thing that interests you, these two tablets are very evenly matched, come out 2 years ago. Right now they have so much competition that since they do not have a better screen, a better processor, a better operating system, 10 in 9.5. But honestly, it is very difficult to improve on this. But it is better. Yes, it is better. But they have reached a point where these tablets offer enough of a drawing experience to not be such a differentiating point. Keep in mind that when the Magic Pad came out it only competed with Samsung's As I said, I really like for drawing, but the feeling of touching the screen, although it seems to me that Huawei tablets are superior to these two at the moment, but if you are only looking for something to draw with, these two make a lot of sense. I am going to use the same stylus so that the only thing that matters is the texture of the tablet. And the thing is that the mid pad, I would say that it is the softest, the one that gives the least control when drawing, which they fix with a rubber tip that gives you more control, okay? But directly with this stylus it is the one that gives the least control. I think the XP Pen is a middle ground. It gives good control when touching the screen.
Okay, I'm trying to find where the IAF is being tested here, so let me take a look at the transcription here and see if I can find it. 9 minutes, okay. Thank you, I would have been lost.
And by the way, the tip, although you can see it black, is a kind of tip between felt and plastic. They're new tips that Wacom has released. It's not exactly felt, but it gives much more control than a normal plastic tip. In other words, it's a tip made of a material that will wear out less, it won't get ruined, but at the same time it gives more control than, for example, a plastic tip like the one on this pencil, where it slips more even though it has texture. Whereas with this one, it's an intermediate point between felt and plastic that gives a lot of control, but at the same time it doesn't feel as much like using a marker. It's a bit difficult to explain, to be honest. And look here for something. I'm going to tell you the sensitivity is very good, okay? But it seems to me that in this sense the new XPP Pen stylus is even a little more sensitive. That is to say, the XP Pen stylus draws with just its own weight. And yet, as you can see, this Wacom stylus doesn't draw all the time just with its own weight. In other words, the initial activation is super good, and I don't think it's a problem for absolutely anyone. But I emphasize this because I have seen people saying that Wacom styluses have better initial activation, because there are people who give it a lot of importance, and from what I'm seeing, this is not the case. By the way, one point where I find it superior to the Magic Pad is the
Okay, so a couple of things, fantastic, Rain, we could really talk about this. There's some things to really dive into here, so I'm so happy you brought it up. Let me take a big gulp of my hibiscus tea. Okay, so let's review why we believe Wacom has the lowest initial activation force, okay? First of all, several people, not even me, I don't even count myself as the measurer of the initial activation force because I don't consider myself good enough at it, okay? But the several people, but most importantly, the most careful tester, who tests these things the most careful way and the most thorough way is Cube, and he has, literally photographic evidence that shows, again, he's testing with open tablet drivers, so he's testing really the hardware of the pen, and he can determine very, very obviously, very clearly that the Wacom Pro Pen are less than 1 gram force. Okay, that's sort of data point number one. To add to that one data point, he's tested many Wacom professional pens. Okay, and we're going to get there, Arfdale. I see we're going to get there. So Cube also has tested these Wacom pens across many generations. Okay, basically Wacom pens have been less than 1 gram force IAF for like 20. I think I may be underestimating it, but I think it's like 20 years. So, meaning different generations of pens. So there's some historical sense to this, right? Let's see, there's a third piece of evidence here. Okay, There's a third piece of evidence here which tells you they have exceptionally low IAF. And that evidence, it's a hint. It's a hint. It starts with the Pro Pen 2. If you ever take a look at the Wacom driver for the Pro Pen 2, you'll notice its pressure curve, its default pressure curve is not the null pressure curve. It just goes, for you, it would look like this, okay? From the lower left to the upper right, okay, like that. Instead, it first goes over a little bit, and then it goes there, okay? Why would you do that? The Pro Pen 2 models are so sensitive, some of them report pressure when they're not touching the tablet. In other words, they're a little oversensitive. You see what I'm saying? And so to deal with the oversensitivity, they had to change the pressure curve to make the pens less sensitive, okay? At least in the Pro Pen 2. And of course, maybe later they incorporated that, what they call the dead zone in Pro Pen 3. So there's a bunch of like evidence we believe that's numerical, where we believe that Wacom has a really low initial activation force, okay? Number 2, XP Pen. So we did see a video on XP Pen's channel where they showed some pens and they actually were measuring the force of the pens. And we actually saw one of the low initial activation force numbers on the screen that they found for one of their pens. I'm gonna remember the number. It was 2.8, like 2 or 2.84 gram force, right? So that's pretty close to 3, right? So we have that piece of photographic evidence about XP Pen. They themselves, I believe in, I'm gonna look through our interwebs here. They themselves, I think, published some information. Let me see if I can find it. As soon as I find it, I'll put it up on the screen. Pro Pen IF. Like, what do they publish? Right? Okay, let me just show you, right? Yeah, here we go. This is the X3 Pro Slim Stylus. And somewhere here, you're gonna see 3 gram force, actually literally listed here. If I can find it. Let me just try to find it with the Control F. 3, yeah, 3 gram IAF, okay? And they have a little star. I don't know where the star goes to, but I assume it means there's a plus or minus kind of aspect to this, okay? Wacom, okay, evidence number 4, Wacom in a Reddit thread, I can't remember it off the top of my head, last year, someone asked about the IAF, and they actually came back and said, originally they said 3, and then they came back and they said, they looked at it some more and they said, oh, it's actually, you know, less than 1. Anyway, that's all the numerical stuff, okay? Okay, so that's our cause to believe this with some confidence. Now, let's get to the other thing which RF Dale has actually pointed out. Let's go back to his video. Where is it? Where is it? Is this it? No. Where did his stream go? Okay, I'll have to click on it again from the Discord.
You can see, this Wacom stylus doesn't draw all the time just with its own weight. In other words,
okay,
Studio Paint installed stabilization gives more control than, be honest. And look here for something. I'm going to tell you the sensitivity is very good, okay?
What do you notice about the way and I'll get to Arfdel's point. What do you notice about the pen? Or more importantly, what do you notice about what he's doing with his hand, right? Now, he's obviously trying to use the pen weight, okay? Now, when you do the, how can I say, when you make the pen like this and not like this, meaning it's at an angle, the force of the pressure is going up. How can I say this? I don't know what the right word is. Some of the pressure is going into the pen barrel, and some of it's going into the actual nib. When the pen is straight up and down, all the pressure is going straight up and through the nib. When it's at an angle, some amount of it, let's just say half, at 45 degrees, is going into the barrel. And different pens may handle that differently, right? So again, testing at that angle is realistic because you're going to be testing, person holds their pen at about 45 degrees, and lots of people probably never get close to needing the IF. So let's test it out. Let's test it out, okay? So again, what I'm trying to get at here is there's a very specific test when you're trying to detect the lowest physical pressure a pen can detect. Then you're trying to see how a pen behaves when you're actually holding it in a more normal way. And they may have different behaviors. And maybe he stumbled onto something that's quite interesting. So let's take a look. Sorry, I know it's a really long explanation, but I just wanted to make sure we got a chance to talk about it. Okay, what am I doing here? I want to unlock all these devices. Okay, this is unlocked. The Mac is going. Okay, let me clear the screens and go to the overhead view. Okay, here we go. So, let me clear. I don't want the MovinkPad. I want the Magic Data Pad. Sorrel's Guide Answer says physics. Yeah, indeed, it is. It is physics. Okay, I don't think I need this Movink anymore, at least for a while. I don't need this MacBook, so let me close it and get rid of this cable. Okay, and we're going to try both pens. Now remember, I have lots of Pro pens, I have lots of X3 Pro pens. Let me undo this and unlock it. Okay, it unlocked. Okay, let's get back to that testing app of mine. Okay, again, the reason I use this app is I know what it does because I wrote it. I'm going to increase the brightness there. I'm going to decrease the brightness here because it's a little too much. Let's see if that works. Yeah, it's close enough. That's close enough. Okay. So he just let it drag. And yeah, it doesn't register. Now, let's not make any quick assumptions here. No, something else is going on here. Oh, I used the Wacom pen with the XP pen tablet. So, of course, it wasn't working. Okay, it's kind of like a hazard of doing these kind of evaluations. Okay, here we go. I'm going to try to do his same test. Pressure sensitivity is on, but to make it easier to see, if there's any pressure at all, the maximum brush size is used. So everything will be a thick black line. Okay, so this is a very common feature. So I'm going to move it to the right. What do you see? I'm probably 30 degrees like this, okay? Nothing's happening. 30 degrees, 45 degrees, 60 degrees, 70 degrees. I'm guessing, okay? 80 degrees, 90 degrees. So what was it? Something like at 50 degrees. Okay, fair enough. Let's do another Pro Pen 3, okay? Clear. So, I don't know, 30 degrees, 40 degrees, 50 degrees. I think this is actually 50. Yeah, around, I would say, no, this would be 45. So let me do that again. I could have messed it up. I was counting the numbers too low. This is 45. As I get to 50, what happens? I have to go higher. So this pen, by the way, notice I'm dragging away, okay? Okay, so I found a difference in sensitivity between these two pens. Or did I? I think I did. For this pen, I have to get almost like toward like 80 degrees. So this was like 50, this was like 80, okay. So we're gonna do more testing here. Get 2 more of these pens. This one, I would say about 50 something. This one, 45 degrees. We're gonna test these pens. We wanna make sure we get the numbers straight here. But again, notice I'm pointing in this direction, but I'm dragging in this direction, okay? This was about 60 degrees. And this one has to get like 80 something. So a lot of the pens were like in the 45, 50, 50-ish range. And a couple of pens were in the like maybe 80 range, okay? But again, that is in a very weird way of drawing, okay? Which is you're drawing it like this. And notice I dragged away. Now you'll notice with all these pens, if I drag, let's see if I drag toward the direction of movement, this will register. Well, it's interesting. Some register really low, and some they'll all register on tilted straight up, which is what we expect. But some have to dip lower. So let's try this again. Again, this is again against the direction. So low, very sensitive. So let's say there's 2 very sensitive, 1 not so sensitive. Low, pretty sensitive. Let me try it again. Decently sensitive. Decent, very sensitive. So I know this is so boring for you all, but yeah, so I saw the angles. And this is because as you're moving in this direction, you're sort of pushing the pen into the direction of travel, which is causing even more, I guess, pressure. That happens in all pens, I've seen it. Let's try the the Magic Drawing Pad now. We'll do the same exact thing he did. Oops. I need to turn on this so you can see the thing. Don't scale. Otherwise, you're seeing like, half pixel lines that can barely be seen. It's pretty low. That must be like 30 degrees. Okay. That's again about 30, maybe 35 degrees. Let me go get a few more. We want to do a fair comparison. I'll be right back. Like I say, I have a lot of pens, so I have a lot of, this is, what is this? These are 1, 2, 3, like 9 additional X3 Pro pens. And I just lost my audio. That's weird. Okay, hang on. Let's see what happens here. Okay, oh, let's see. Oh, the sound effects are muted, that's why. So far, all the XP pens have been very good at which angle I drag away from. They're very consistent, actually. At least some are very low, even lower. Clear. You gotta like this test. It's boring testing, huh? Make sure this is the, oh, this is the roller pen. The roller pen doesn't work at all, actually. That's interesting. I'll tell you what I found. So far, at least dragging away, the X3 Pros have been very consistent. A super low angle, dragging towards has worked in a lot of, okay, we'll just do this real quick, okay? Roller pen, doesn't work. Sorry, I know it's boring. Okay. Oh gosh, you guys weren't seeing all this? I'm sorry. I forgot. I'm sorry. Okay, just so everyone understands what I did. I tested this many pens. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 X3 Pro pens. Okay, and for each one, let me show you exactly what I did. Okay, I did the drag away test at an angle, and I did the drag toward test at an angle. Okay, here's what I found. Number one, the X3 Pro roller didn't work at all. Don't know why, but everything else worked, and they were all consistent. They all had the same general angle, either going towards or away, where they had pressure. They were in fact more consistent than the Wacom Pro Pen 3s. Now, there are two things that are coming out right now that I can say. Number one, I feel like what he's discovered in his channel, in his video, I think I can replicate, right? I don't have a direct explanation for it. Now, part two is, I will tell you right now, these pens feel like they have very low initial activation force. Okay? I will agree with that statement. Let me draw with it a little bit more. Oops. They do. They do. So I would say right now we've got a mystery. We've got a mystery, which is it's unclear why it's C. I know that the Pro Pen 3 is very good. Okay, there's no doubt in my mind about that. I think Cube has found great measurements for it as well. I will see what his measurements are for the X3 Pro if he's had a chance to measure it. I think he has. In fact, I think he has. Let's go there and see. Let's see, docs, yeah. Let's type in Cube. I think it's in this thing. This is the non-Wacom. Let me take a look for the pens here. I'm looking for X3 Pro. I could have sworn he had a Deco Pro Gen 2, which has this model of pen. But I don't see it listed. Pablo Timmons, Zanks. I don't see. Yeah, they should be somewhere in here, but I don't see him list that. Okay, so I'll have to talk to him about it. Let me just go ahead and show you, though, his measurements for the Wacom pens, just to make sure you understand what I am saying. It's under the pen master sheet. So let's go to the Wacom professional pens. He doesn't have ACP 500, which is the Pro Pen 3. But it has KP 504, which is, this one. So you can see right here, less than 1 gram force, less than 1 gram force. KP 501, less than 1 gram force. ZP 501. See, these are pens are not going back, over a decade, starting to get into 2 decades territory, because this pen is like a year 2000 pen, okay? Less than 1 gram force. So it's a bit of a mystery. It's a bit of a mystery. I'm gonna do some extra testing with the Pro Pen 2 and see if I can triangulate the truth here. I will say I am surprised because on this tablet, the Pro Pen 3 does feel, I'll be honest with you, it actually feels like a lower IAF than my feeling, than what I remember with the Deco Pro Gen 2. That could just be a fault of my memory. So one for me to investigate. But what's the takeaway here? I think everyone should feel that the IAF performance of this pen seems to be pretty good, right? But we just got to dig into, I can't say it's better than the Pro Pen 3. I don't feel strong enough in any data to say that, but I'm glad, thank you so much, Rain, for sharing the video, because now it gives me something to really think about, okay? But in either case, both pens are good there. Okay. So I know there was a long, boring test, but I hope you realize that I think we uncovered some interesting information about these pens. Let me put these back in their slots. Yeah, here's the X3. Give me a second, I'm gonna put everything back into their little places here. If you can see what I'm doing. Otherwise, I'm gonna have just a really nightmare trying to find pens. I can just ask XP Pen, did anything change the IF? Okay. But they both felt great, Wacom and the XP Pen. RF Dale, you've got a great point. I don't think it was designed to work in that way, right? Which is a fantastic point. I think it is maybe designed to work with you doing a more normal, sorry, wrong pen. A more normal kind of, you're holding the pen like this, right? Both feel very sensitive. I'll say that. But it's a mystery. The thing about finding information like this is we have to explain why it might happen. We have to have some theory that explains the observation, and I can't really explain it right now, right? But I agree with you. Like, it's sensible that Wacom. When we talk about the IAF for the Wacom pens, they're not meant to be used in this way, right? And remember, when you're moving like this, there is, how can I say it? There is more pressure on the nib than you think, because the pen is putting weight down, right? In fact, I can, later on, I don't have the scale with me. I can pull the pen down like this, right? And see how much, just letting it hang from my finger, how much weight that is. I will bet you in all instances, it is more than the IAF, easily, right? But it doesn't explain why the Wacoms don't register. It could be that the nibs are tighter in the barrel, and this kind of thing doesn't move them, right? We don't know. We don't know. Fantastic mystery for the night. Okay. What else do we have we have lots more to cover. Okay. Pen, oops, not this. Pen tilt. Okay. This is gonna mess with some minds. Okay. So let's go overhead, and I want to show you what good pen tilt looks like. Okay. Give me a second. I've got to set this thing up and log in. And I'm gonna have to, I may want to use Infinite Painter first. Blank canvas, sure, create. Let me find a good pen here, okay? Give me a second. I'm gonna find one that produces a good effect. Okay, this should be good. 11 pixel Proco pencil. I don't know what a Proco is, but that's let me zoom you in on what I'm doing here. Proco pencil, 11 pixels, and I'm going to click the sliders here, and I just want to make sure you see this. It says pressure is active and tilt. Okay. I'm going to turn off pressure. Oops, I didn't turn off. I started editing it. What? There. So now the only tilt is affecting this brush, okay? Straight up, and sorry, you can't even see it because of the way I'm doing it. Okay, and I'm just gonna, actually, you know what? I should zoom in, hey? void outs. I have no idea what Proco means. Is it a artist name? Steve Proco? I'm guessing. I apologize if there is actually a Steve Proco somewhere. Okay, pen is almost vertical, and it produces a very thin line, okay? And you see what's going on here? See how beautiful it is? Right? It's responding to the tilt quite smoothly and nicely. Everyone agrees? Right? Watch as I do this business too. I'm going back and forth like I'm skiing down a mountain. Okay? I know my strokes are kind of like wobbly, but that's not what we're seeing. We're just trying to see how elegantly it's steady. Okay? He's a YouTube channel for drawing traditional arts. I didn't know that. So it was a person. I was thinking it was either a famous artist or a special kind of bristle or something. I didn't know. Okay, everyone's good there? Okay, now give me a second. Let me set it up here. That was the Wacom MovinkPad 11. Let me find Infinite Painter here. Create Proco pencil. Oops, let me find it again. Turning off pressure. Size is set to, the maximum, which 10 pixels, 11 pixels. Okay. Oh, God, darn it. He must be very famous, Void Outs, to have a brush named after him. Okay. What the freak? Okay. Let me just make sure. Oh, no. So I want to reset these settings here. Something is set off. Okay. Yeah, that should be 0. Okay. And let's clear this away here. Okay, everyone can see? I'm going to do the same exact thing. We're going to start with just pen vertical and watch. Remember, just so everyone sees it, let me turn off pressure. Okay. And let me erase this again. Anyone noticing anything funny? Anyone? Bueller? Bueller, what about you? Back and forth a little bit. I've got this inverted, but let me invert it so it'll be, I think, a little bit more obvious what's going on. Yeah, that should take care of it. Okay. Yeah, that ain't right. That ain't right. Pressure. Now, I found this in the Magic Drawing Pad too. Yeah, potators, it does look like Dookie. These strokes get out of control. Just absolutely out of control. See this weird, how they blow up here, right? Like there's a weird, almost like a weird rupture in the line, and then they pulse, and I'll do that same test. Let me do that one. Let me adjust the settings so that it's, what I want to do. How do you reset these things? Okay, sure. Look at how badly they go. When I go side to side, I'm not doing this right, actually. Something is not off here. No, it's bad. I'm trying to replicate the exact feel. Oh, God, that's awful. Look if I go back and forth here. What a mess. Look at that. Disgusting. Actually, it's a cool effect, but that's not what you want. Something is off, badly off, with the tilt of the Magic Drawing Pad, Gen 2. Something was badly off the tilt in the Magic Notepad. I don't know about Magic Drawing Pad Gen 1, I assume the same thing is true. Now, I don't know how people skipped this and didn't notice it. And some people are probably wondering, maybe you just got the wrong pen. Maybe that's the reason, okay? Well, let's test this theory of yours out. Because as you know, I have a lot of pens. That's the roller pen, it won't work. Okay, how many pens does this affect? Oh, that one. Right, you see it? Remember, pressure is not involved here. What about this one? Whoop, yep. That's 3 pens. 4 pens. Gen 1 doesn't have tilt. Oh boy, maybe now we know why it doesn't have tilt. 5 pens. 6 pens. 7 pens. 7 pens! 7 pens. 8 pens. Remember, no pressure is off, and I'm not tilting these things crazy. Was it 8 pens? 9 pens. This has a slightly different effect, but ooh, nasty. 10 pens. Okay, tilt is busted. Some of you are saying maybe it's Infinite Painter, right? Maybe that's the problem. Okay, hang on. Let me find another app. Somehow I said it. I can't believe it, huh? I can't believe I actually said. I didn't even know I was going to say it. It was completely, it didn't even enter my brain that I was literally counting down to saying 7 pens. Okay. Do you see it? You see the weirdness? It's different in this app, okay? And maybe if I make the brush a bit bigger, it'll be more obvious. You see the weird stuttery pulsing? Let me try changing the tilt. It's more globular here. See it? Yeah, the way it pinches, right? So the pressure's on, oh, there we go. That also, there we go, now I see it. Let me erase this. How do I erase this again? I always forget. I just delete it. Watch this, I'll go back and forth. Oh. Oh. That ain't right. And so you can see different apps have different brush engines. Again, this is kind of cool looking. We don't want cool, we want it to work correctly. Okay? So just to give you the technical, what's going on here, okay? The technical reality here is, let's get back to my tester app. So my tester app, I have, normally you draw where the size of the stroke is from pressure, okay? But I can draw and leave the size of the stroke large, but change the color based on the tilt altitude. Altitude is, so this is high altitude, this is mid altitude, this is low, okay? And what do you see as I tilt it? Weird little striations, right? Like it's going back and forth in weird ways. It's pulsing. You're not supposed to see that. You're not supposed to see that, right? If I do the same thing over here, with the Pro Pen, watch what the colors look like. You see it? Do you see that there's none of this pulsing business? This is all something's just wrong. Yeah? This is why I say the tilt here does not work well at all. In fact, it's horrible. It's horrible tilt, right? So let's get to, I'm gonna leave the S things alone, but we'll talk about the moving. So I would say it's like excellent tilt. Oops, you can't see what I'm typing, of course. XP Pen Magic Drawing Pad has terrible tilt. So I would say it's very noisy, very noisy. If you can get the XP Pen, don't get it for tilt, right? Turn off tilt in your brushes. So that's the other thing. If you leave the tilt on in your brushes, it'll interfere with your drawing. Okay? So you have to be very careful. You have to make sure you're turning off tilt, otherwise it'll just interfere. Okay, that was tilt. What else do we want to talk about? Oops, didn't mean to do that. Let me get a new slide here. Okay, so IF we'll need to deal with. Tilt, okay. Okay, what about surface texture? So now I'll just call it MovinkPad 11. So I can get to this video a bit faster. Now I'm just going to push my pen against the. Let me zoom out so you're not wondering what I'm doing here. I'm just trying to compare the feeling. How much texture there is, comparisons. Let me get the Movink and compare as well. Okay, so I would call and the MDP2 very similar, very light texture. Slightly less than the Movink 13. Okay. It's not slippery like an iPad, right? But definitely there's more texture in, for example, a Canvas Pro 19. Okay. And just to confirm that, I'm going to take my Canvas Pro 19, which is sitting right next to me, by the way, and I'm just going to try these pens there. Yeah. It's very slight. It's very slight. I would say slightly. So it feels okay. Feels okay, right? But you know, it doesn't feel like paper. Doesn't feel as textured as lots of pen tablets. Okay. Okay. So that was surface texture. Another thing that has come up, which he talked about in that video, was refresh rate, right? So MDP Drawing Pad 2 is just 60 hertz, I believe. And then the MovinkPad 11 is 60 or 90. You can configure it, hertz. Okay. I have to be honest with you. In my daily usage of these things, I didn't feel like it mattered, you know. I didn't even notice it after a day. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it made a difference the day I tried 90 hertz, but after that, when I used this MovinkPad, it didn't really make a difference. It didn't like pop to me. I'm sure some people would feel differently, but you know, I think it was 120 hertz, maybe people would start noticing it. Another thing that came up for me that I wanted to talk about was the user experience, okay? Now, if you saw my stream about the MovinkPad 11, you saw me really struggle, actually, and I want to talk about that. So I'll call that core UX. So this is me. This is like, you know, personally, right? This is me. I found it easier to use the MDP2. Now, why is that? Because the UI works just like, sorry, get this spelled out, Samsung Galaxy Tab S devices, right? I've been using Samsung Galaxy S Tab devices for years, so opening the MovinkPad, I just knew what to do, okay? The MovinkPad 11, how can I say this? They say it's slightly different. People tell me it's more like stock Android. So I always thought that the Samsung Galaxy Tab S devices were stock Android, but apparently they've been more customized, right? I didn't know that. The other thing that really confused me with the Wacom was this thing. Let me reduce the brightness of this thing. Yeah, okay. Can you see that? This thing, this bar here just threw me for a loop. Like, I understand that this is supposedly like partly what Wacom added. I think they added that bar. And now, like, I can never how can I say this? To me, my hands can never figure out what causes that bar to appear and why it goes away, right? I bring it up and now it's gone, right? I bring it up and now it stays. And I guess it's how far I drag. If I drag a little, or I drag a lot. I found that, you understand, sometimes I drag a little, it doesn't work. I don't understand what's going on at all, okay? Now, people had a field day criticizing me for this. And they were like, I guess, very frustrated because from their perspective, I'm just like, I think one of the comments on the previous stream was something like, hey dude, it's just Android, right? Well, to me, it was baffling, right? You just saw it just then. Why didn't the bar come up a second ago? Like, why didn't it come up then? And now it does. And then it disappears. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, that confused me. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, if your experience is with a Samsung Tab S, you know, then this could be initially very confusing, right? Because I struggled with it quite a bit, like just quite a bit. And I don't want to over-criticize. I think this is kind of like Wacom has tried to make this a more simplified experience for people. But to me, it's just, this screen itself confused me because it's just not what I expected to see, right? And I expected to see this, right? And so again, why does one time it goes up causes this to appear? Sometimes the bar appears. Like, what? You know, what is the difference? Even now, I'm getting like frustrated again. And sometimes this comes up. So let me write that down, right? Swiping up. Sometimes bar appears, stays. Let me write so you can see what I'm saying. Sometimes bar appears, disappears. Sometimes this disappears and like this, I don't even know what to call this screen here that I'm showing. Actually, not this one. Like, what is the screen, right? Like, I don't know what to call it because it has no place in my mind about what this feature is, right? So I'm going to call it some Wacom specific dashboard, I guess. And then sometimes the bar, I guess it's how high you drag up or something. I don't know. I've got to study this or something, right? But I found that very confusing coming from a Samsung end. I'll just try an etc. here. So people should watch out for that. The other thing is I just want to make sure we're writing down the unique features for each, right? Let's put this here, unique features. Unique features, right? So DP in, actually I'll put this like this. I'll put it like a 2-column thing here. Okay, so this is MDP 2, and this is Movink 11. Sorry, MovinkPad 11. DP in, use as pen display with Windows. This one nice feature of the Wacom, which I really did like, is, I guess I'll have to zoom in for this one. And let me turn on or increase the, there we go. Can you see this camera? There's no bump. These the white dots are the, what do you call it? Just pads to raise it up off the surface. So that's cool actually, because it means this camera thing won't get scratched, right? I love that there's no camera bump. I think it's a fantastic feature. No camera bump. Camera is flush with surface. Little pads, right on bottom. That's a nice touch actually. Another unique feature of the Wacom is, let's see if I can do it. How do I lock the screen? Is this it? Yeah, let's try locking it. Okay. Now, if I remember correctly, if I just take the pen, no, that's not it. Maybe it's when I sleep it. I can't remember. There was something when, let me try doing this. Yeah. There we go. Right? If the screen is off, the pen will reactivate. That's cool. That's really cool. Right? The screen is off. Sorry, I going to write this in more normal English. Pro Pen 3, I say pen actually. Pen will turn on tablet when screen is off. By making contact. But that's a cool feature, okay? What else? Let me drink some more of this tea. Oh yeah, this special app they included. Which is called, oops, let me turn it on. Wacom Canvas. Honestly, it's not full featured. Well, it's super minimal, right? So I think it does have some utility, like in getting something drawn, but you can't even change the brush size, right? Now, I don't want to criticize that, actually. I think it's okay, because this is meant for you to quickly start doing something, right? And then you go and you take this and you continue drawing in Clip Studio Paint. And, oops, yeah, sorry, you can't see what I'm doing. Let me show it to you again. 1 second. Let me unlock it. Okay. So I'm waiting for this thing to do its business. Yeah, continue. Let me close this. Don't save. Let me go back to this Wacom Canvas thing. Okay, so yeah, there's no way to control the brush. I changed the shutter speed so you can see this. There's no way to control the brush, but again, it's fine. You just do like this and you go to continue drawing Clip Studio and then it opens up, right? I dismissed it before, so that's why I didn't open up. So I think it makes sense to have this app, right, to meet their scenarios for Wacom scenario, which seems to be like light sketching, getting an idea out as fast as you can, right? This is not sold as like the ultimate artistic workstation, right? This is just like almost like a quick digital sketchbook. And from that sense, one of the different things that it may be a little bit weird about this tablet is that I didn't use it. How can I say this? Because the UI is so optimized, I didn't end up using this tablet like a normal Android tablet. I ended up using the MovinkPad as a specialized drawing device, whereas with the Magic Drawing Pad, I ended up using it more like my Samsung, right? So let me write that note down, actually. I'm not saying everyone would feel that way, but that's just how it worked out for me. So how I used. So MDP 11, MDP 2, I used like a normal, Android tablet. Like I was browsing Reddit, I was looking through Discord, browsing the web, etc. But with the MovinkPad 11, I actually use it only for drawing. So again, that was the way I sort of interact with the device because of the way the UI is built and optimized. I think other people might feel differently. Another thing, sorry, I gotta remember what it was I was gonna say here. Performance-wise, actually I want to take a look at the numbers here. So let's get some, what's the site? Is it Geekbench that does performance measurements of these different chips? Let's do a quick search on YouTube. Let's see, how do I do? Benchmark. Oh, let's try this, cpubenchmark.net. So let me write this down. So, Magic Drawing Pad 2, it's what, MediaTek. Actually, I think they have the same processor, so let's just double check. MediaTek G99. Is that correct? Actually, let me double check. XP Pen. Drawing Pad. Gen 2 processor. Let's see. Someone actually listed it here. MT, this is what this person listed, Dalek Dreams. Let's copy that. I don't have these processor things memorized, so let's paste it in first. And was that the same thing as what I was looking at? MT, what is this? Yeah, I think I may have the wrong processor. I think someone once mentioned this other one in a thread today, and I got it confused with what's in this thing. Okay, so that was the rating for this thing. Right? And what was the MovinkPad? Let's take a look. MovinkPad 11 processor. Helio G, oh, that's what the G99 is. Okay, got it. What are the specs here? And I'll double check on the XP Pen site just to make sure. MediaTek Helio G99. Okay. And that was for the MP11. And what the CP benchmarks say about it. Helio G99. Yeah, that was the same one. Okay. Okay, this explains a lot. Because I found them like incredibly similar. Like incredibly similar. Now the question was, I felt like they were slightly faster than the Samsung Galaxy Tab S 9 FE, which is my standard normal recommendation. So let's copy this and let's put this up there. Let's see, Samsung Galaxy Tab S9 FE processor. It was I'm not even trying to read this. Okay, no new comments. Let's take a look. So I'm looking here. It it says CPU's octa-core. I'm not sure how to interpret what's being written here. Let me try another source here. Samsung Exynos 1380. Okay, let's copy that. S9FE. So let's see if my experience matched what this benchmark thing does, huh? CPU benchmark. Because I think they were a little snappier, to be honest. Let me make sure I'm looking at the right one. 1380. I'm not sure if this is the right one. But here's the numbers I'm finding. Let me try to find another comparison. I wonder if there's a comparison to that where I can do this Exynos 1380 versus the MediaTek Helio. Here, I'll move this over so everyone can see. G99, let's see if we can. Nano Review says, let me copy this over. I'm not sure. What's this? I never know how to take a screenshot on Mac OS any. Maybe this did it. Oh, didn't need to do that. Okay, that was. It's interesting because according to this, the Exynos is actually a little bit faster for CPU performance than the Helio G99, but that didn't match up here. Unusual. And it doesn't match my experience with these two tablets, with these three tablets. Let's try. Exynos 1380 or yeah, Exynos 1380 versus what was the other one called? Or sorry, MT8781. Yeah, versus Helio G99. There's so many sites that compare these things. think these numbers are all over the place, honestly. I'm not sure if I'd put faith in these. But I'll put them here as reference notes and try to figure it out in my final written notes. Let's see, what else I have to say. Oh yeah, there was another unique feature. There was how it unlocks. And the Magic Drawing Pad actually can unlock with the face. So that is actually a super convenient feature. Let me add that to the core unique features. Unlocks with face. While we're talking about the screen, sorry, because I just was looking at the screen, I wonder what anti-glare sparkle. I would call it, for both, on the low end of moderate. Like, iPads are better, but you know, they actually have more glare, right? Low end of moderate. So these seem very similar to me. Oh, one more question people had for me was about the erasers. So for the MovinkPad 11, unfortunately the PP3 with eraser has not been released yet. And it's not compatible with older pens that do have an eraser. For the MVP2, let's try it out. Let's see what happens. I think I do have erasers hooked up in my thing. Oh wow, it actually worked. Oh, that's wild. That's a nice touch. So the pen it comes with doesn't support an eraser, but erasers on the X3 Pro non-slim work and work with pressure. Okay, I need to take a quick bio break. I'll be right back, so hang on. Okay, I'm back for anyone else is still here. And I'll just make a few more notes and I think I'll call this the end of the stream. I got the erasers, canvas. Wacom has a special app, forgot, called the Wacom Shelf. I didn't use it at all. So I just TBD on that one, I need to evaluate. There's the Wacom Tips app. I'll actually take a quick look at it. Oh, Wacom Tips is actually useful, explains the features, so. Yeah, Void Outs is still here. Okay, if you're here, I'll stay here. I'm just getting some stuff done. This is like tablet ASMR, right? So, Wacom Tips is interesting. I should have actually done this earlier. I just avoided it, but it's actually kind of cool because it actually tells you all these things about the tablet. Okay, I know you can't, it's probably a little too fuzzy to read, but it just tells you for simple drawing, that's what Wacom Canvas is for, it tells you, okay. So this also tells you about the Clip Studio Paint off, and this confused me because when I launched Clip Studio Paint, I couldn't figure out how to like get, I think you could use, you can use Clip Studio Paint for 2 years, but when you launch Clip, it doesn't mention anything about it, so I was super confused. But it says by registering your Wacom ID, you can use Clip Studio Paint debut plan for 2 years. Okay, this is a really cool feature. This is a really cool feature. I'm just gonna click this button right now and see what happens. Get the offer now. Let's see what happens. Okay, I'm gonna accept all. So it goes to the Wacom site and you have to sign in. I'm gonna sign in as the 7 pens. What? Did it sign me in? Yes, it did, okay. Did I get it? Okay, I said register device, not register MovinkPad. How am I supposed to know the serial number, dude? Please enter your serial number to register your product below. Okay, where's the serial number? You're kidding me. Do I have to actually look down here? Oh, this is gonna be crazy. 5FL2 1V. Oh, I hate this. 5FL2 1V. I probably shouldn't read this out. 500 5860. 500. Okay. Super secret serial numbers, right? I just heard it. Okay, let's see. Congratulations. Now you're ready to redeem bonus software. Okay, explore software offers. Oh, I see, right here. It says Clip Studio Paint debut. Okay. View details. Okay, then you click redeem. This could have been easier, I gotta say that. Okay. Software claimed successfully. Copy the license key. Start now. Actually, click start now. Sign up into the software partner account. What the hell is that? Insert license key provided by Wacom if prompted. Sure. What? Oh, this is so confusing. Okay, I have to log into. Okay, sure. Sign in. This is crazy. It's a lot of copying and pasting. Activate, yeah, okay. Void outs have, thanks so much for, if I'm still going on, we'll see. Be happy to talk to you. But have a great night. Active. Okay. Okay. So use the activation code. Okay. So now I go back to clip. And what do I do here? Okay, let's first just get rid of clip here. And try to open it again. Use existing plan, I guess. I don't understand what they want me to do here. I may have to log in with my clip account. Hang on. The 7 pens. At, I think that's correct. I didn't type that in correctly. Okay, I'm gonna have to go find my clip account. Whew. Okay, hang on. Sometimes this stuff just takes too much clicking and looking up. It's a good reminder though for me to use my Gmail account instead of creating a new email address every time. Because I hate having to remember every different password, which is what I have to get now. 7 pens, but actually I need to log in this way. Sorry, it's gonna take me a second to get to where I need to pick up the password. Overall, you know what? Both these devices really appealed to me. I only wish they were just more powerful, really. And I think my opinion of them has really evolved since I got them. I've been using them more. Again, as I mentioned, I'm using the, oh darn it, no, don't do that. Microsoft's trying to make me back up everything to OneDrive. No, I don't want to do that. No, I will not do that. Only save files as PC, yeah. Whew, I feel like I just escaped a real disaster. Microsoft is absolutely obsessed with me backing up things to OneDrive. And I don't. And the reason I don't do that is I have too much data I put in my documents folder, videos and things which are working files. I don't need them backed up. Okay, hang on. Where's my OneDrive? What? Yeah, here we go. Sorry, this is just the longest process in the world, isn't it? Celsius. Oh, don't tell me. Here we go. Okay. What's my password? Of course. Of course, it was capitalization, which was messing me up. Let's try this again. Okay, this may be it. It's connecting to the server now. I have no idea what it's trying to tell me. Huh? Okay, this is not. I have no idea. Okay, that was a true mess. I failed. I am not sure how to launch Clip and get it connected to my Wacom, redeem my Wacom code, whatever it is. In fact, let me mail that to myself because I feel like I need to get this number later. Sure, take me to Gmail. Clip, no, from myself to myself, huh? Clip, okay, send, okay, that should make sure I have this. Oh, I got an email from Clip about it. Super confusing. I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna say Clip. You're right. Show you what I'm writing here. Clip. Studio Paint. 2-year offer. Sort of complex process to redeem it. So currently still failing at it. So used in doodle mode. This is so for the Wacom Pad 11. For both apps in doodle mode. I'm really glad I discovered doodle mode, by the way, because I'm always Clip is kind of limited in how many like devices you can use, and if you switch too many times, they can, I think, cancel your account or something. So doodle mode lets you try Clip. You just can't save, but you can use all the features. So that's great for when I'm trying to review a tablet or something on a new computer or Android tablet. Okay, I'm gonna try Clip again and see if I can figure out how to get a license. Now I'm just gonna use existing license. Okay, that didn't help me at all. Clip. I really have no clue. What to do here. Change license. I don't get it. See, I've got another subscription to click, and it's not giving me an option to use the current one. I don't know. Totally confused. Okay, I'm gonna give up on that. Let's see. Let me take a look at my other notes for like an iPad and things. That way I can know if I'm not missing any topics. Let me open this up and just try type an iPad. This is at least give me some things to think about here. Buttons, I'll need to add that to my deck about how the buttons work. I didn't thoroughly explore how the buttons can be customized. So I'll probably do that after the stream because I don't want to bore people. Buttons, so I'll handle after the stream. The question is, how can you customize the buttons? Are the buttons customizable, and how do you customize them? Pen. How do you customize? Let's see. Oh, another one I gotta make sure I talk about is, this is just because I use the toolbox a lot. Not Toolbox does not work with Android. So that's unfortunate. Let's go back here. Pointer lag. Let me close this thing here and create a new document. It seemed good. I would say it was, honestly, it felt slightly better than a typical computer attached to a pen display. Oh, using the wrong pen. Let me do Infinite Painter. Yeah, I feel like it's pretty good in both apps. Let me switch to Infinite Painter here. Yeah, I think they're both fine. Let me do one more test on Infinite Painter on this one, the Magic Drawing Pad. Yeah, very good, but not quite as good as an iPad. Write that down. Pointer lag. Oh, I would say, yeah, it's similar to S9 FE on the low end. Not, I would say, I think iPad has less, but that could just be Procreate, right? Because I think Procreate's like optimized for it a little bit more. Okay, let's get back to how to compare these things. Reliability, I don't know. Applications, yeah, you know, aspect ratio, I'll get that after the stream. Let me add a placeholder. Actually, I'm going to do the aspect ratio of both the screen and the tablet itself. So after stream, oh, you can't see what I'm typing, thank you. Let's see, what for screen, for physical device. Okay. Hands we covered, pressure handling we covered. I don't think I want to cover nib retraction. Oh, there's no accessories. I don't have any accessories yet. Let me add that. Accessories. Let's see, Rain says, I was surprised by how low the S Pen's performance was. I was too, Rain, because I like drawing with the S Pen. That's the funniest thing. So to me, I feel like the lack of software updates is unfortunate with other standalone, like iPads and Samsung tablets. Oh, easily, right? I mean, I honestly was really surprised with my Samsung tablets, you know, because I've had them for a while, and suddenly they're like, oh yeah, we're going to take you up to Android 15. I'm like, oh, that's really nice. So, you know, gosh, you know, how can I say this? Some people are going to buy these devices, and I hate to feel like they get something, and they paid, you know, a decent amount of money for it, and then they're going to feel like, wow, you know, someone got, you know, just because someone waited one more day, they got a better one, right? With the newest OS, which has so many cool new features. So I will ask both, I will get an explicit answer from both Wacom and XPPen about the upgradability, right? Christian says, is touch features necessary because I'm debating getting Sense Pen display. That's non-touch. Christian, you're talking about, let me make sure I understand. You're talking not about these devices, but you're talking about specifically about pen display? Let me ask one question. Which might at least give me some things to think about. Are you going to use this pen display with a Mac or a PC? And I think that will help guide the answer. And I'm going to be right back. I'm going to get a little candy bar. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay, let me ask one more question. And thank you for being patient with me. Have you used touch in devices? Like you probably have an iPad maybe. Have you ever had like a Microsoft Surface Pro or something? Any devices that were laptops, Windows laptops where you use touch. I'm trying to understand like your experience with it because that will also inform what I think. Just waiting for you to reply and then I'll. Okay, that's good. So you're using it with the PC, but you haven't used touch. I think in the absolute sense, touch it's not necessary, okay? It's not like required. Touch is it's like a very nice to have feature. Like I have been at work for, 13 years, or longer actually, quite a bit longer. I've had a touch-based device, a laptop, okay? And just so everyone knows, I'm talking about working at Microsoft, okay? And all of us basically, 99.9% of the time, we never touched our laptops. We didn't use the touch gestures. Every now and then, it was it was the most appropriate thing to do, right? But we never did it long term. We just did it to like close a dialogue or press a OK button, right? It was very rare. So I certainly don't think it's necessary. That's just in general, part one. Part two is on Windows, there aren't really a lot of apps that are, especially with a display of this size, are really great for touch, right? Meaning nothing that you will just want to. Painting with touch, it's overrated. Any kind of app where you're manipulating things, it just gets irritating, I think, to use touch, like to do a 3D, whatever. So I don't think it's necessary at all, right? Having said that, again, sometimes, in certain scenarios, which are very, specific, I like touch because, I'll give you an example, like how specific these scenarios are. Sometimes when I'm streaming, I have a tablet here, actually, the Canvas Pro 19 is sitting right next to me, by the way. And I am referring to something, like a PowerPoint, okay? And the PowerPoint's being projected on my teleprompter, which is what I'm looking at. And I want to move to the next slide easily, right? And that kind of thing where I just want to swipe at it while I'm looking at the camera and go back and forth. That's a totally great scenario for touch, but you see how specialized that is, right? I don't think in the general sense people really need it. Now, of course, there are probably some people who really depend on it, but I have never seen that. I've never seen it. In fact, when I've talked to people who have drawing tablets, one of the first things they always do is turn off touch in tablets, right? Sorry, I'm muting myself as I eat because I don't want the noise to pick up on the microphone. Okay. Oh, I gotta add this. This is super important. Pen replacement cost. This is huge. So we've got what's that pen called? X3 Pro. Pro Pen 3 is $140 or something like that. Let's go to the XP Pen store and figure out the price for the X3 pen. X3 Pro store. So Christian, I just want to add a few more things because I have that tablet and I'm going to give you a few more things that I just want you to be aware of. I do feel like that tablet had maybe just a little more diagonal wobble, sort of like where I needed a little bit of smoothing on the stroke. I think the other thing is it's an incredibly well-designed tablet. Like it's one of the most just in terms of how the features work are really good. The driver is very good, so I think that's great. I've tested, I don't have enough experience with the pens. This weekend I'm planning on doing some evaluation so I can measure the maximum pressure of the pens. One more tablet you might want to think about is the XP Pen Artist Pro 22 Gen 2. Pro 22 Gen 2, not the 22 Plus. And the reason I say that is right now it's one of the best deals on the market. And it costs significantly less than the the SenseLabs 24. Both are fine, but I had a really good experience with the Artist Pro 22 Gen 2, okay? Which costs quite a bit less as well. In fact, it's probably one of the best, value deals on the market right now for a pen display of that size. I definitely think I like the size better than the Canvas Pro 19. Let's see. Do I find that after a certain point, the pen pressure range starts to not matter as much? Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. As a baseline, let's deal with the Wacom Pro Pen 2. In the Wacom Pro Pen 2, I don't know, I have like 6 or 7 of those. The maximum pressure will go up to like, I don't know, between 700 to like maybe 850, maybe 900 gram force. 800 really is about the max you'll ever need, and let me tell you why. Number one, it starts feeling scary to press down on the pen that hard. Like, you start to wonder, like, are you gonna break the pen, okay? Because that's just how weird it feels to press down on something that hard. Especially something that you know is like sensitive electronics, right? Number two, some people can't even press that hard. There's lots of people that tell me that like they can never get to maximum pressure with the Pro Pen 2. And for that reason, I tell them use a pressure curve which reduces the maximum pressure. So those are 2 points I gave to help illustrate there's a point of diminishing returns. And I think really after 800 is where that, maybe 900 is where that point begins. Like there's just no point, right? Having a max pressure of, let's say, 1,000, it's useless. It's useless. It's just going to create stress on you. A good number, I think a good number, honestly, for a lot of pens is 350. If you could get a pen, actually, you know what? Let me show you something. Because I actually have some content that, here, let me put my face up for a second. have some content which is relevant here. Where is it? Fog pressure. Yeah, here we go. So, I'm so glad you asked, because I'm actually working on a video to talk about pressure. Like, the theme of the video is everything you need to know about drawing tablet pressure in 5 minutes, or maybe 10 minutes, right? Just really, you ever see those videos where someone's like talking like, this is true, and then next slide, this is true, and then and this happened. Like, it's very abrupt and quick. That's the style I want. So let me show you my screen and show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so this is the general thing, right? You have the IAF and the maximum pressure. And the pressure range is the difference between the two, obviously, right? So and pressure levels are like, it segments things, right? So in the video, I'm gonna have expectations to give people an idea about what are good IAFs versus good maximum pressures, right? Christian, you know, I totally hear you. I think it depends on how much you like resolution. Like, if you're really like, you got to like, if you really don't want to see pixels, get the 4K, get the Sense Labs. But if you're like, you're not that sensitive to pixels, like definitely like a 1080p at 22, you won't like. And you'll notice that the Pro 22 Gen 2 has a 2.5K resolution. You'll definitely feel like it's a big improvement over 1080p. And I think half people will say, oh, they couldn't tell the difference between 4K. And other people will be like, oh yeah, 4K is definitely, obviously better, right? They could tell the difference easily. I'm in the camp of, hey, at 22 inches, that works out pretty well, actually, the 2.5K. Okay, well, Rain, we'll talk about that. I tell you what, let me finish eating this, and then because I don't want to be distracted by this. I'm gonna mute myself. Okay, it's a fantastic question. So we'll actually use this opportunity to go through the deck for a second, okay? So, if you take a look at what the pressure sensor in the pen's actually detecting, that's at the bottom. Somehow, the pen takes that physical pressure and makes it some numbers, and it feeds that number to the tablet. And those numbers are not the pressure levels. It's like some abstract number we'll never see, okay? And the tablet divides those numbers into pressure levels, okay? So, once it's a pressure level, there's very little you know about the actual physical pressure, okay? All you can say is that the second the pressure hits pressure level 1, you cross the IAF threshold. And the second the pressure hits 100, you cross the maximum pressure threshold, okay? Now, your question is, so why do some companies claim they have 16,000 pressure levels, but the pressure range is actually lower than the Pro Pen 2? And that is because the number of pressure levels and the range have nothing to do with each other, okay? Let me give you an example. I'll just do a non-tablet example. Maybe that'll help clarify. Imagine you're trying to buy a car. Okay, now I don't drive fast, so bear with me if I give maybe not answers that seem weird. If someone told you, like, you're buying two different cars, right? and someone told you this, car A, the Honda Civic, let's say, can go from 0 to 100 miles an hour, okay? And the car can go through 10,000 different speeds between 0 to 100. In other words, it can do 90.01 miles an hour and 90.02 miles an hour, okay? And then someone else is trying to sell you a Toyota Corolla, and they say, well, this car can do between 0 and 50 miles an hour, but you can do 10,000 or 100,000 different levels between 0 and 50 miles an hour. So you can do like 49.0001 miles an hour and 40.9.0002. How would you respond to that? Hi, Void out your back, huh? Do you get what I'm saying, Rain? Right? Like, pressure level, in my example with cars, the max pressure corresponds to the maximum speed of the car. And the number of pressure levels is like how many different speeds in that range you can get, okay? So the reason they say that is there's twofold. Number one, they're very different things. So they're just very different claims, okay? That's part one. I was going to talk about, Rain had some questions about IAF void outs. So I wanted to explain the concept, and just let me bring her question up so you can see. Why do some companies claim they have 16,000 pressure levels, but their pressure range is actually lower than the Pro Pen 2? And what the slide is trying to illustrate is that pressure range and pressure levels are kind of, they're very different phenomena, right? For example, the number of pressure levels is created by the tablet. They can pick any number they want, okay? Any number. They could say there's 1 million pressure levels if they wanted. Honestly, they could. There's nothing stopping them from doing that. Actually, there is something stopping them, but that has to do with like the noise, the electronic noise. But to answer Rain's question, these are just very different statements. Now, why do they say, I think what's important is to understand why someone says they have 16,000 pressure levels. Because for something like 2 decades now, there's been a sense that more pressure levels is better. And just like maximum pressure, Rain, the truth is more pressure levels are better to a point, but after that, you will never be able to tell. Okay, and I'm going to give you an example if I can find it. Give me a second. I did a lot of testing on this. So where I'm going to phrase, how I'm going to get to here is, you got to ask us, so we have to ask ourselves, how many pressure levels do you think you need, right? And let me see if I can find it. I think this was 2004. Let me see. You know, I just ate a candy bar, actually a protein bar, which is really a candy bar that you can pretend to be healthy, with peanuts. And I'm starting to realize I think I may be allergic to peanuts, very slightly. My mouth is kind of itchy. Christian says, with the Huion Canvas Pro 19, is the softness of the display that bad? I don't think so. By the time I sit in my normal position, it's all blurring together anyway. So to me, I don't notice it. Like, if I'm really picky, I can detect that it's a bit softer, but like to me, it almost looks good that way, right? Some people hate it though. Okay, absolutely, they do not like it. I think if you know your second question is it comparable to any other pen displays? I can't name them offhand, but there is one recently I looked at where I thought, okay, this display is a little softer. Maybe, it is close to being as soft. Of all the pen displays I've seen, I feel like it's probably on the most soft end. Honestly, I wouldn't say it's the softest. I'm not confident enough to say that, but it's in the upper 10th percentile of softness. But I don't think it's bad. It's not. Some people say blurry. I don't think it's blurry, right? Like you wouldn't look at it and say, "Oh, I can't understand what's going on." But if you're used to like super crisp pixels, if you like super sharp edges on things, it might irritate you, right? Let's see. So void outs. So pressure levels just making levels. Yeah, that's exactly right. They're just slicing the range, right? And there's an amount of slicing which is useful, and there's an amount of slicing which doesn't. So let me give you an example. It's the perfect test. If you have your brush size set to 10, okay, and you're using an app like Krita, tell me, how many different sizes can your brush be? It's not a trick question. The answer is 10. If your brush size is 100, how many different levels of sizes can your brush be? Answer 100. Okay. If you have 8,000 pressure levels, then obviously like 800 slices are assigned to level 1 of pressure, and another 800 slices are assigned to level 2. You see? So the slices just get bunched up, right? So, and no one is doing line art with an 8,000 pixel brush. No one's doing line art with a 1,000 pixel brush. They're doing line art with like 5 pixel brushes, maybe the very biggest, 100 or 200. So 8,000 pressure levels covers size really well. Okay? Second question is, what about transparency? Right? Because it's not just size, you might map pressure to opacity. So pressure level will give you opacity. If you have how many opacity levels do we have? This works very similarly to how we talked about size. We have 256. But 8,000 is already way bigger than 256. Okay? You might be working in 10-bit color, so 10-bit alpha. That would give you 1,024 levels of transparency, right? 8,000 is already way bigger than that. So anyway, I take those two things and I put them together. I go, well, for brushes, you probably aren't having brushes that are super big. If they are, they're more like airbrushes where the sizes don't, 1 pixel off doesn't really matter. So if your brushes are like, 500 pixel brushes, and you have 256 levels of pressure, take the biggest number, which is 500, or let's just round up to 1,000, multiply by 2, just to keep it safe, 2,000. I think you need 2,000 levels of pressure. That's it, right? Let's see, Rain says, considering the fact there's diminishing returns, I can see how the companies will catch up to Wacom with the pens. I think if we just paid attention to the current way pens are marketed, we might believe that statement that there's not much areas left to improve, and there's a lot of truth behind that, right? Look, people will catch up to Wacom on IAF eventually. Right? It'll happen. It'll happen. Huion went from 3-gram force, they say, to 2-gram force. I believe them, right? And they're not that far away from less than 1-gram force, right? They're already there with the maximum pressure, right? Huion's adding pens with erasers. Wacom is taking erasers away, right? Huion's adding touch to at least some of their pen displays. Canvas Pro 19 and Canvas Pro 27. Wacom still hasn't fully added touch everywhere, though in their Pro displays they have, right? So there are some areas where everyone's converging, right? But there are areas where there can be innovation. Let me give you just a couple of places where they can innovate, okay? Number one, Wacom dropped a barrel rotation. I'm not saying everyone needs barrel rotation, but some people definitely do. Apple Pen added barrel rotation. I think that is a potential thing Huion and XP Pen can do to, gain some ground again against Wacom. Even though probably like 1 out of 1,000 people use it. Number two, Apple Pencil added Find My Pen, right? So if you lose your pen, you can take your iPhone out and it'll like track it down for you. That's an amazing feature, right? I would love that EMR pen. Why? Because I don't want to lose because I've lost my pens many times. Another person who comes to our chat sometimes, Arch, he wants, so when you put a pen like this, the pressure is going up into the nib, of course, right? But pressure is also going this direction. He wants to measure radial, the amount of pressure going sideways. He thinks brushes can make use of that. Maybe, but I think there is room for innovation. I really do think there is. Another one, which is not pen related. I use a Tourbox as my shortcuts. I really wish Huion or Wacom would release a Tourbox-like device, right? I think that would be amazing, right? I think also like a Stream Deck, right? Like Stream Deck, let me see if I can lift this up to show you everyone. Oops. Can everyone see this, right? It's just an LCD screen with some buttons on top. And I'm thinking to myself, why don't we have that for a tablet? It could be the top row of buttons on there, which are, you can configure. Who knows? Maybe it's a silly idea right now. I'm just trying to say that I think there are creative things to do because, so I'm really ranting now. I don't like to think of tablets as a piece of plastic with a digitizer on them. I like to think about drawing tablets as literal platforms for creative work, right? And I think there is a space for a piece of plastic or a screen in front of you which lets you control the computer in all sorts of different ways, right? I think there is more innovation, but I think we got to get creative, right? And it's not going to be just the typical stuff we see, like, oh, let's get a better pen here, right? Okay, sorry, void outs. I meant to answer your question too. I mapped the pressure only to opacity and not size. Yeah. Here, let me show you pressure. I think it's episode 5. Yeah, here we go. Let's load this thing up. Okay, you ready for this, right? So look, this is with Krita. Don't ask me how I can do this, but I can actually force Krita to use the number of pressure levels I have, okay? Look at this, 2 pressure levels, 4, 8, 16. Obviously they look terrible, right? And this is how the pressure levels get distributed, so to speak, right? Right? Like this. Now we get to 16. Okay, it's looking better. It's still bad. How many do you need? Okay, so I did a test. Let me just show you. So I have a tool that I can draw a stroke and I can replay the stroke at different pressure levels. So take a look at this chart, okay? And so this is with my painting app, so I know exactly how the code rendered the thing. Let me ask you a question. When did you notice? So start from the bottom and go up. Christian, you're going to go with the Canvas Pro 19? Okay, that's good. I love that tablet, right? I love that tablet. It's a good tablet. But yeah, please feel free to join our Discord. I'm going to put the link in the thing, just in case. The link's in the chat, so please feel free to join us if you have questions or problems, okay? Glad to help out. Okay, so void out and rain, if you're still there, look at the bottom. Obviously 16 pressure levels looks awful. Start going up. When do you think you can see a difference? You tell me honestly. Or tell me the first moment you're like, okay, doubling the pressure levels didn't make a difference. Right? It's hard, right? That's right. After 32, it's like 64 to 128. Are we sure something changed or not? Okay? Like we're not sure. And especially take a look at 2K to 4K. Like, okay, so now, but we don't want to trust our eyes, right? We don't want to trust our eyes, for God's sake. Right? Like, here's the zoom in on the difference. You can barely see anything. Right? Like in my video, I asked people to guess. One of these is 128 pressure levels, one's 8,000, one's 2K. Which one's which? Could you have guessed which one was 8K versus 128, honestly? Right? 64 rain? I mean, could you have, if I told you one of these was 128 pressure levels, could you have guessed which one it was? I bet you can probably, if you really closely tell the pixels, you can see some of them are different, but it's hard to tell what one is better, okay? So I did this comparisons, and so I asked people what they noticed. So Cube has better eyes than I do. He could detect, he said he saw quality issues here, okay? So for him, 256, and Cube is much better at this than I am. Like, I only noticed here when things are at 32, but he noticed them much earlier. And he's got good eyes for this stuff. Right? Hang on, I'm gonna keep going. I love this. So I also, just to prove to you the difference in these strokes, there are differences. The differences are in, how could I say, like rounding, right? So what you'll see is the very edge of the strokes are anti-aliased a little differently, right? And as we compare, let's see, 8,000 versus 4,000, there's basically there's microscopic differences. The difference you see are just the rounding, meaning anti-aliasing at the final one. And that could be due to my code as well. 8,000 versus 2,000. Remember, I think you need 2,000. There's just, let me explain to you why you see a thing on top and a thing on the bottom. The thing on top, the differences are so small, they go from black, they get closer to white if there's a difference. But the differences are so small on the bottom, because people can't see the little dots on top, I have to make everything pure white for the differences to show up. That's why I say the differences are microscopic. Microscopic, right? You will not be able to tell, right? 8,000 versus 124. You can, again, only under analysis could you see these things, right? Human eyes can't pick it up. Remember, Cube, he said he couldn't detect the difference here, but the like technical analysis revealed a slight difference. But could you have said the stroke was worse? Right? So that was stroke width. And then also, I did a synthetic drawing. Oh, sorry, I did Krita. So this is, instead of using my code, I did Krita. Same thing happened here, right? You can see a little difference, right? But it's a little difference. It's very slight. And then again, after 256, it's like, I don't know, right? You tell me, where do you two see the difference in this slide? Clearly 32 is bad. If you compare 64 to anything else, you probably know 64 is a bit rougher. But where do you see it? I'm betting you both will say 128 is, you can detect 128 is a little bit of a problem. But let's see if you think about 256. Okay, so I'll wait for your answers. I'll move on. So that was with a 100 pixel brush, 200 pixel brush. You know, again, you're just microscopic, right? You see 128 void outs? See, it's difficult, isn't it, Rain? It's difficult, right? So basically, here's what I'm saying. For a brush size of n pixels, how many pressure levels do you need? I don't get into the math, okay? But it's like the largest power of 2 raised to the largest power of 2. It's too complicated to explain. The key thing is you want to get to the next largest power of 2. So 7 multiplied by 2, you get 14. What's the next largest power of 2? It's 16. So if you have a brush size of 7, you need 16 pressure levels according to my theory, right? Simple math. And what about opacity, right? So very similar thing, right? One of these was 248, 16, 892, 8,902. Could you have guessed which one was which? Honestly? It's real tough, isn't it? Right? One has 16 levels of pressure. Think about that. 16. If you stare at it, you can tell. But could you have told the difference between 2048 and 8092? Probably not. Okay, take a look at this one. Where do you two see the differences? At the I'm betting. And Rain, you saw 256. Yeah, it does. For that test, it does look good. This is opacity, right? I think probably both of you can tell that 128 is the last one where you see a little bit of weirdness, but at 256 you can't tell, right? You just cannot tell the difference between that and the 8000. So for alpha, you need 2 raised to the power of 8, or how many different levels of alpha you need. So this is the full formula. So what's it mean? If you, sorry, that's so much complex math, right? 128 again, void outs. Okay, so here's my graph. On the bottom is the size of your brush in pixels. How many pressure levels do you need? So what happens here? Draw a line from 1000. Rain, 256 for you. So for brush size, that formula counts for size and opacity, okay? So, but if you go on brush size, and this accounts for opacity, draw a line up, where does the line go? 2048. So my claim is that 2048 will cover you just fine for anything you need to do. And again, I'm not saying there aren't differences at 8000. I'm just saying they're microscopic. They're microscopic. And there are almost none between 4000 to 8000. So can you imagine 16,000? Like how the difference it would make? Nothing would make any difference. Right. Does this make sense, void outs and rain? Like it's a pretty, right? I have other reasons here, talks about, all sorts of reasons, right? Like here's one brush with 16 pressure levels and one with 8,000. Which one was which? Anyone? Because sometimes people tell me they use these big pattern brushes, and they're huge brushes. Tell me which one is actually, how big were these? These were 500 pixel brushes, right? And I'm using 16 pressure levels. Which one's which? Exactly, Rain. Exactly. That does explain why people still like old Cintiqs, and they only have 2,000 pressure levels, right? So I can't remember. Take a bet. Which one is 8,000? Which one is 2,000? Which one's 16? 16. Okay, maybe you could have guessed the 16. Maybe. Could you have separated 8,000 from 2,000? Probably not. Right? Okay, what if you have, and also some applications have pressure smoothing, right? So Krita actually does. So with Krita, this is 8,000, right? It's 128. And it looks a little bit choppier, right? Just a little bit. Take a look what pressure smoothing did to it. Which one of these strokes looks better? 8,000 without pressure smoothing or 128 with pressure smoothing? Tell me. I think it's pretty clear the 128 with pressure smoothing was amazing. I mean, it looked competitive, let's say that. Right? So, yeah. This is why I say you only need 2,000 pressure levels, and I'm writing up an upgrade guide, and I'm telling people like, look, or even in my buying guide, you don't need to stress about pressure levels. Every tablet on the market has like 8,000 or at least 4,000. Only like a handful have 4,000. So you don't need to stress, right? 120 looks good, right? I mean, it's got its issues, but 120 with smoothing works fine, right? Now it's kind of funny that so why do brands focus on pressure levels? Because it's easy to talk about, right? It goes back to my car example. Like, if Toyota says, look, we can go between 0 and 50 miles an hour, but we can move up in 10 thousandths of a mile per hour increments. Like, would you buy that car because of that reason? No, you wouldn't. That's actually a pretty good analogy, I think. I ought to use that more often. So 16,000 pressure levels to me it's pure marketing, and I say that all the time. One more piece of evidence: if 16,000 was so great, how come Wacom has been on 8,000 since 2017? Think about that. Why have they not felt the need to, even though the new Cintiqs were released after the 16,000 craze, they've kept them all at 8,000. Exactly, and it's not, this is the big issue. If you want a sensitivity to lighter pressure, you need to go for IAF, not pressure levels. One of the biggest myths that has ever been foisted upon people. And it's understandable because people say the word pressure and they're not very specific about what they mean, okay? Birmix, good to see you. I'm working on a Cintiq first gen. Oh, that's an ancient one. Right now, pressure's not that bad, but I think it needs some adjustments. What could work better for you? Well, what do you notice? I'm really curious. I'm super curious. Yeah, I can't wait to. Like I said, I'm working on some documentation and a video about 10 minutes for understanding everything you know about pressure. And the video is going to explain IAF, max pressure, pressure range, pressure levels, pressure curves, and pressure response. And it's supposed to teach you everything and dispel every myth. And I hope I can get done with that content this week and publish it maybe by Friday. Because I think people would like it. Because a lot of the people, a lot of you joined my channel after I made a 5-part series on pressure 2 years ago, but I have simpler ways of explaining things now, right? So I hope, let's take a look, Rain. Let's take a look. Yeah, I want to show it to you. I think I should write an online app that lets you can type in the pen name and see it compared to other pens. I think people would enjoy seeing that. Okay, let me find Finder. Find Finder, where's Finder? Oh, I need to stop this presentation, okay. Great. Okay, let's see. Let me go. Your question was about pressure range band X And I need to show you my materials. Hang on a second. I got to get there. Documents. Logs. Slide library. Okay, we're going to get there. Let me show you a good pen, okay? I talk about Pro Pen too so often. I'll show you a good non-Wacom pen. The best non-Wacom pen on the market right now. From Huion, the PW600 series of pens, okay? It's not even close. It's not even, it's nowhere near as good as the Apple Pencil. That is totally incorrect. If someone believes that, I'd like them to show me the measurements they made to show that. Really, I would love to see that. Okay, this is the PW600 pen. I have 6 of them. Forget the IAF, okay? I'm not good at measuring IAF, but I believe Huion's number, 2 gram force, okay? Take a look where their maximum pressure ends up, right? It's in the, like the good to excellent range. It straddles that boundary. So it's good. Like I'm very happy with it, right? And most of the pens are very tightly grouped. That tells you that if you lose your PW600 and you get another one, you're likely to get a very similar experience, okay? Now, why do you need a lot of maximum pressure? Why do you need a good pressure range? It means you can, how can I say this? You can use pressure curves more effectively to manage the pressure. You can get smoother curves. You can get pressure doesn't bounce up in crazy ways, right? It's just smooth and nice, but you need enough of a range to do that. I think you need at least about 300 to 350 to use pressure curves effectively. You need to use pressure curves because pens are overreactive at super low pressure. Like they bounce up and down and they create weird pulsing things, right? It's the nature of the game. Wacom pens, Pro pens do that. So this is a really good pen, okay? Now let me show you Wacom. I'll talk about the XP Pro Deco Pro. It's not that bad. It actually just varies. Let's go Wacom Pro pens here. Okay, so take a look at the Pro Pen 3. They're all in the excellent category, right? And some people can't even press this hard. Pro Pen 2 is even more they're really getting in some wild territory. It's like 750 and up, 700 and above, right? Some people definitely cannot press this hard, okay? Again, notice how consistent these 2 pens are, okay? Now, let's take a look at it. We're gonna get to the Samsung S Pen, but since Sabir Mix talked about the XP Pen, the Deco Pro, let's take a look at it. This is the X3 Pro right here. What do you notice? The individual units just vary a lot. Like some units are they're almost hitting excellent. Some are well into the good range. Some are just barely good, and some are just kind of, they're okay, they're decent. They're okay pens, right? I don't have any problem using these pens. Like I recommend, Deco Pro Gen 2 and Artist Pro Gen 2 all the time. Because I think it's worth the risk, frankly. And they give you 2 pens, by the way, for a lot of those Deco Pro Artist Pro Gen 2s. Yeah, you do. I'll get into that, Ray. Let me just show the S Pen thing, and then I'll tell you about that. Okay, you see how big these numbers are, right? Excellence 500, Goods 350, OK's 200. Obviously, they blend into each other, but you get the idea. Okay. Take a look at Samsung S Pen. They're just kind of like in the okay-ish range, right? And I don't think they're that consistent. And there's some weird stuff going on with IAF, okay? So they can be okay. And I like the S Pen. I actually use them, right? But they're not excellent. They're not as good as the Apple Pencil. Apple Pencil, their curve, in my measurements, their maximum pressure goes out to like 500, okay? They also have a very linear curve. I don't know how they get that, but pressure curves cannot fix this problem. With this S Pen, you can accidentally hit maximum pressure way too easily, right? Because 100 gram force is not that much force, right? Take a look at what's going on here, because these rise so sharply. If you press down with 50 gram force with this one pen, with one of these pens, you're at 50% of like the pressure level, right? And one more, a little bit more, and you're at 70 with this other pen. Okay. And how can I show? Let me think about this. Can I show you what I'm thinking about? So because they curve over like this, they're really hypersensitive here, meaning they're overreactive, at a better word. You want to kind of flatten them. That's what pressure curves do. If you have a pressure curve that does, let's say, goes up like this normally for you, if you can make it go like flat across, then more like this and go up, then that'll help tone down this curve. You won't know how much it tones down unless you do some measurements. But what the pressure curve is a kind of post-processing of pressure. And now to your question, Rain, about the pressure curve, my experience with the Apple Pencil is it has a very linear pressure curve. So at least in my measurements, right? And it's tricky to measure Apple Pencil because I don't know how to explain it, but the API makes it tricky, but it's hard to explain in words. But I believe they're very linear and they're very consistent. And I think the difference with the Apple Pencil, you won't need as crazy changes with pressure curves. You might have one. You probably don't need a very extreme pressure curve, is what I'm saying, right? So if with a Wacom pen, you might need a curve that goes really like this, right? With an Apple Pencil, it might just be almost very close to a straight line, just a very slight tweak, right? That's where the difference would be. And you might even get away with not even needing one, right? That's another thing. Got a drink over there. 1 second, let me just check. I think I got a message. I'll check it real quick. Okay. So I hope this is making sense. And I'm going to see if I can find, let me see if I have GitHub desktop here. I want to show you, maybe I should do this. GitHub desktop. Yeah, Voidas, that doesn't surprise me because the Pro Pen 2s gets crazy high pressure range. In fact, I should probably tell people, that's one of the customizations you should think about it, is see if it feels comfortable to get to maximum pressure, right? Let's see, let me find this thing. I'm going to show you this tool I made. It's a simulation of, I got to log into this thing though, so give me a second. Oh, I guess I can just download it from GitHub. Oh, it's private, okay. Let's see if I can get it there. Hang on, sorry. This is just my way of, okay, one more second. I need to get, these things are running out, so let me get my other pair. Be right back. I want to show you what pressure curves actually do to a pen, so it'll be more obvious, right? Let's see, Rain, you had to cap it too, huh? It happens. Yeah, it happens all the time. It happens all the time. It surprises me. I never thought about capping the max pressure, but as I encounter more people, they're doing it more and more. Let's see. Am I logged into GitHub? GitHub.com. Sign in. Sign in. Pressure curve simulator. Here we go. This is the magic stuff. Download zip. Okay, we're going to show you something magical. Ha! For me, magical anyway. I'm sure you'll all be bored to death. Okay, okay. Here we go. Okay. Ignore this stuff on the bottom that says alpha and stuff. That's all junk, okay? That's just for me to play with, okay? So, the pressure response is how the pen actually behaves, okay? And the pressure curve is going to modify it. So the red is how the pen actually behaves. Those curves I showed you. I know everything's aligned right now. We'll change things around. The pressure curve is going to transform it and change it. Now, this pressure curve just goes up and down like this, so it doesn't do anything. That's why red and the pink are the same, okay? Or the red and the purple are the same, because the blue isn't doing anything, okay? So here's a typical pen, okay? Now red and purple have the same exact shape, right? As I move, don't worry about what this alpha means, that's just for me. They have the same exact shape because the curve is doing nothing. So most EMR pens are something like this. And you saw that with my measurements, right? So if they're overreactive here in the bottom left, and they're less sensitive, meaning they're not reacting as much as you think they should. In other words, small changes in physical pressure here near the IAF will make your the pressure jump up wildly, right? Like you'll get the 20% pressure with pressing just a little bit. Now, you want the pen more even in its behavior. So what you do is you start moving the pressure curve like this. Look what's happening, right? You're like, okay. Now the catch is this: you don't know what this is for your pen unless you take a digital scale and do some weird ass measurements. Okay? You don't know, and I'll teach you a method to do this manually. But this is the idea of what you want. You want a pressure curve which makes your pen feel very linear. At least that's conceptually what they're supposed to do. Now, some people do this. That's crazy. You know what this is doing? It's making your pen, like the second you touch the pen, it's going to hit to like 50% pressure, right? This is hurting your drawing experience when you make a pressure curve like does this, okay? Let's talk about the Apple Pencil to answer Rain's question. In my measurements, I found the Apple Pencils to be more like this, the red. In other words, you probably don't really need much of a pressure curve, right? Like if you do this, it's probably too much maybe. I mean, try it. Try it, okay? I am working on documenting a process where you don't have to use a scale. You can just go by feel, okay? And it's complicated to explain, and I don't have a visualization simulation tool to do it, but there's a way where you can just open up your driver, and by just thinking about how hard you're pressing, you can set the curve to what feels good for you. And I have a process for that. I'll write it up one day, actually, and share it with people. But basically, it involves thinking about what maximum pressure feels like and what half of that feels like to you. No scale, just what it feels like. And then doing something with the pressure curve to match that, right? I don't know, maybe I'll do it this week as well, just as a little, a fun project, right? Okay, any more we went on a nice tangent about pressure. Anything else? That was a very fun experiment, or a fun diversion to get into. Let's see, while I'm waiting for you to answer, I'm just gonna take a quick look at what else I have planned for future content. I am so late on so many reviews, the Moving 13, MovinkPad, Magic Drawing Pad, the new Cintiqs, I'm late on reviewing those. That's Canvas Pro, sorry, the Canvas 16 Gen 3, we're late on that. And I gotta get those done because by the time we get to the shopping season, people are gonna need that content ready, and I gotta start comparing tablets. On top of that, I'm really hoping Huion and XP Pen, but mostly Huion, I'm hoping they release new tablets this year. I'm hoping, but they've been so quiet, right? I wanna see Pentech 4.0 on more tablets. Okay, how long have I been streaming? Let me take a quick look here. I know I've been going a while. 4 hours, 50 minutes. Can you believe it? Okay. What do you think of SenseLab's new tablet? Rain, which one are you talking about? Are you talking about the new pen tablet that they released? Or do you mean their 16-inch OLED display? Once I know which one, then I can share some thoughts. I will say, Beer Mix, you want to see that? Okay, yeah. So I'll try to get a quick video about that out, maybe even this week, because it's supposed to be a simple adjustment. I just got to figure out how to explain it to people, right? Oh, their new 24-inch, that one. Okay, I don't have that one. I'm not planning on getting it, and let me tell you why. The problems that the new features it solves, which seem to be about color, are not issues I have. Meaning, I don't work in an environment, or I don't even play in an environment where I need to do fancy color stuff. So for me, it doesn't make much difference. And so for that device, you really need people who are really into, like, they work in a professional studio, like, in the film industry or something. You need them to talk about what it delivers. Like, I'm not really, on top of it, I'm just not good about color in general. I don't know all the color terminology, and all these different modes and how you use them. It's just beyond me, to be honest. Like, I've never even calibrated the color of anything in my entire life. So, yeah, I think they are, just from a business sense, I'm glad they released it, because that was one of the big pitches Wacom had for their Cintiq Pro line that started in 2022, is they support all this fancy color stuff. Thank you, Drinkwater. I appreciate it. Thank you. I definitely appreciate the comment. This is my used tablet salesman suit. Is their pen really bad due to that wobble at all speeds? I wouldn't classify as really bad. I would say this. Okay, so let's just back up so everyone understands. SenseLabs and UG and XP Pen are all owned by the same company, okay? That company is called Hanvon UG, okay? And, sorry, I should put my face up when I talk about this. Actually, let me do a little bit of window rearranging, and then it'll be a little bit easier for me to talk. Oops, I did something bad. Hang on. What just happened? Oh, I just lost my... Hang on, folks. Oh, man. You gotta love when I do things like this. There we go. Whew. That scared me for a second. And now I got two of me. Isn't that funny? Okay, well, we'll fix that problem later. But, no, maybe I can fix it now. Nope. Every now and then this happens. Okay, we'll have to deal with two of me for a second. Okay. Well, let me do some more editing. Oh, I see. You weren't seeing two of me. I was seeing two of me. I got so confused for a moment. I thought you were seeing my face on top of my face, and I was like, what did I mess up today? I'm keeping all my drawing tabs. I'm up to over 100 now. Okay, so I don't think, first of all, I don't think their pen is bad, okay? Let me praise their pen for a second. I think the pressure range is pretty good on their pens. I have been able to measure them because I don't have enough of them. However, recently I found all my pens from Sense Labs, and I bought a new Sense Labs tablet. So now I have like 5 of their V2 pens. So this weekend I'm going to try to test their pressure and measure them, make those little charts, okay? But I think their pens are good, actually. I think their pens are very good. Okay, but what I was saying before was their XP Pen, Huion, and UG are owned by the same company, Han Von UG. Now, Sense Labs is owned by Han Von UG, but they're run, they tell me that they're run by their, like a separate business. They just do what they feel is right? They don't, try to match up with what XP Pen does. But they share some technology. Now, that statement can be dangerous, so let me make sure I'm saying things correctly. I do not know if literally the same digitizer that you'll find in a Deco Pro Gen 2 or a Artist Pro Gen 2 is what you find in the Sense Labs. I don't know that. They're probably in the same family, but they could be from different generations, they could be tweaked in different ways, or they could be completely different. What I do think is this, that Artist Pro Gen 2, certain models, and the Sense Labs pen displays, they tend to have a little bit of either diagonal wobble or noise in their strokes. Now, and that's not a pen issue, the pens are fine, this is a digitizer issue, okay? We're not entirely sure what causes the wobble. Cube thinks it's because of smoothing algorithms to avoid noise, which seems very plausible to me. But in my experience with both Sense Labs tablets and XP Pen tablets that have that little bit of extra noise, adding just a little bit of smoothing gets it away. And some people don't even notice the noise, okay? For example, I had an Artist Pro 16 Gen 2, which had that a little bit of noise in the stroke, a little bit of wobble in some places, but, and I actually forgot to turn on stabilization for a long time. Because when you draw fast, you tend to just not encounter that behavior. When I say fast, I mean just like a normal quick stroke. When you're just doing really slow strokes, then you tend to see it. So that is the one problem that I have seen, and it tends to be you just add some smoothing and it goes away, okay? Or if you notice it, and you may not even, you may not even notice it. But of course, I would like them not to have that. I'd like them to be like, I think Huion has really, they've solved their diagonal wobble problem. And I think, it's totally fair for me to say that, I want all the Han-Mon UG brands to match that, right? Let's see, drink water. I was thinking of getting Huion 16 Gen 3 since it doesn't have VESA mount. I'm curious, can it be mounted? Drink water, it's a fascinating topic. I have wondered that same thing. So I think it can be, I think there are mounts for devices of this size, right? I will say this, my initial theory about why there is no VESA mounts for these 16-inch pen displays has to do with how thick they are, because they're not thick, or at least not super thick. So the screws have to go into somewhere, right? Meaning the hole, like there has to be a hole to fit the screw, so there has to be enough like depth into the tablet to fit that. So I think they avoid doing that because it would make the tablets too thick, right? Now let's take a look at a tablet that does have it. The Cintiq 16 Pro, released in 2021. That's a thick tablet for a 16-inch tablet. It's not thin, right? So I think that is the reason, right? Oh, let's see. Does that make sense, Drinkwater? I hope so. Let's see. Rain says, let me increase the size of this. I found your channel right after I drew on the Wacom One display, the first version for years, and I found your article on how the pen was lacking. Yeah, it definitely is. And you got a Cintiq after. Oh, which Cintiq did you get? I'm really curious. By the way, I have to tell you, I am really in love with the new Cintiqs. I absolutely love them. I think they're game changers. For years now, Wacom has not done anything in the consumer space worth mentioning for pen displays, and suddenly we have really good tablets. And the reason I say they're game changers is, yeah, they're more expensive than the equivalent Huion brand, but think about this. I've said this many times. They're a couple $100 more expensive, but a couple $100 more expensive transforms the buying question from why should I buy the Wacom to why not? Hello, Mir. Good to see you. Good to see you. You're joining us now, approaching the beginning of my 6th hour online, which is wild. Cintiq 16, but that one was kind of bad. The new 16, yeah, it is really good. Oh no, my hostility for Wacom hasn't gone away. No? Yeah, that's the other thing that Rain mentions. The drawing experience was great. It just had parallax in the screen. Exactly. Yeah. That's so true, Rain. Those displays were so out of date, but you had the best drawing experience, right? Like the actual pen with its pressure handling was fantastic, but the screen was awful. It is long. I actually am getting worn out. But people are asking questions, so I'm happy to answer. I just need to stay hydrated and make sure. I gotta check something. By the way, I have a special announcement to make. You probably don't notice it, not quite yet. You know, I started streaming in November, almost December of 2024, and I was looking through my old, like my first stream, right? And which I'm going to bring up in a second. And actually, I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to ask you a question. You're trying to say you feel hostile, right? That's hostility. Yeah, hostility. Hostility. I am hostile. I am hostile. I have hostility. Hospitality is it's very opposite in meaning. It's negative in meaning. Meaning hostility has a negative feeling. Hospitality is a positive feeling. I miss my old intro music. I'm going to bring it back, I think. I liked it. It's high energy. Okay, hang on a second. I'm going to show you the old... I'll just pause it actually on it, because you'll see. This is my first stream. And you tell me if I'm right or wrong on this one. I should just be like a normal live streamer every day streaming, right? And get caught up in some streamer drama. Well, I'm not sure if I'd call it an announcement. It's just like a surprise thing that I noticed. Okay, hang on.
Pro Pen 2, right?
Hang on. We gotta find... I'm just looking for the picture that, oh geez, I make such strange faces when I stream. I gotta, okay, you can see me right now, okay, right? You can see me right now. And I'm just gonna show you a picture. This is my first stream. Man, I'm feeling good showing you this picture too. Hang on. We're getting there. Okay. This is me in November 2024. Well, actually December. Okay, take a look. What do you notice? Besides the fact I'm not smiling, okay? And besides the fact I'm not wearing a suit, what else do you notice compared to me today? Anything at all? I'm gonna wait. And let me see if you say anything. You might be able to guess, but let's see. Let's see if I'm right. Let's see. And while I'm waiting for someone to figure out what I'm hinting at, let me take a look. Drinkwater says Wacom is so stingy with that pen. Most people, I think, prefer the thicker pen and have to buy the overpriced grip. Oh, dude. Look, the Pro Pen 2 was $80. The Pro Pen 3 is $130. I'm like, what is going on? I lost weight. Yes, I'm quite a bit thinner. I'm not thin, but I am down on the order of, let's see. I gotta do the calculation here. I'm down over 40 pounds since December. I think it's actually more like 45. Can you believe that? And when you're losing weight, you don't notice it when you look in the mirror because you just always see yourself kind of a little heavier. And I was kind of feeling down a little bit. I mean, the scale is telling me the truth, right? But like, you just look at yourself and you're like, you don't feel good, right? You're just like, oh, you see everything that you don't like. And I wasn't trying to do this, but I accidentally sort of like, I needed to find when I first streamed, like what day that was. So I found my first stream. I looked at my face. I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I look like that, right? And again, it's not like I'm thin right now, but it's a change. And someone said in the chat, let me show this again, right? Let me maximize the windows. You can see every bloated part of my face here. Right? Look at that. That guy is just kind of not in the best of health. Right? And now you can see, right? Like it's just kind of thinned out a little bit. And I'm working on more, let me assure you. Right? And so it looks good. I think it works better with my suits, right? I just look more, I've learned, if anyone wants to talk about health, and what you can do to stay healthy, let me know, because I am like all into that topic right now. So thanks everyone for the congratulations, etc. Right? I used to be much thinner than I am now. You'd be surprised how thin I used to be, but and I'm gonna get there. But yeah, I just wanted to share that because, again, it's hard to tell you're making progress, and you can tell my mood is better. I'm just more excited about everything, and yeah, and I actually, in some strange way, being on camera is. By the way, I'm not shy about being on camera. I've been on camera for 20-something years at various levels in Microsoft. But really, at some point, I didn't start streaming because I felt very self-conscious. Like, man, I'm looking a little heavy, right? So it took me a lot of effort to put my face out there, because I was very embarrassed. But now, there's so much progress. I'm just looking forward to more. So anyway, that's one thing I wanted to share because that was a nice little discovery I made this past week that I'd made some progress. Start streaming. That's the secret, Drinkwater. Start streaming. Amir, just pick a good topic and start. Look, I'll be upfront with you. I wish I had started streaming years ago. I didn't do it because looks. I didn't do it because I guess I didn't really realize how much fun it would be, honestly, right? I'll tell you why I stream. I stream because I have great conversations with all of you. I stream because you guys give me energy, right? And I want to do more. And guess what? I actually want to start another YouTube channel on a totally unrelated topic. Some of you know already. I'll just say it again. At work, I am known, or was known, I should say, since I retired over a year ago. I was known for being a great communicator and for speaking and writing in very clear ways and explaining very complex topics and breaking apart complex topics. And just the week before I left, I gave a presentation called, bear with me because this is deliberate, it was called How to Talk Good, with good spelled G-U-D, okay? And I want to do a YouTube channel devoted to communication, like words, numbers, charts, analysis, and it kind of like in a technical field, right? Things that have worked that got real results in writing, in reading, in working through conversations, and talking in a technical way about data, a very analytical way. So I want to start a separate channel, right? And I'm not going to wait. Probably, I'm hoping in the next month. I just got to get my topic list going and just, so yeah, streaming has been a big thing for me. I want to do even more. Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, 40 pounds is a crazy number, right? I was shocked. I have never lost more than 10 pounds in a year. So over 40 in essentially 8 months has been tremendous. 40 pounds, I don't know what that is in kilograms actually. Steel box, yeah, that's how it feels, you feel lighter. I mean, literally, I felt like, oh, I'm moving around easier, right? Thanks so much, Beer Mix. Thank you. My topic is how, of course, Mir's going to talk about pineapples. Do it. Just do it. I've hit 2,500. Oh, I didn't know that. That's fantastic. Right? 18 kilograms. I still have not adjusted to using kilograms. Kind of same for me with drawing, came in slightly late to the scene. So I've lost 5 pounds per month steadily. And yeah, some months a little bit more, some months a little bit less, but it averages out to like basically 5 pounds per month, something like that, right? So I'm super happy. I'm super happy. And one of the reasons I drink so much is my dietitian says I need to drink like 60 fluid ounces of water every day. Mir, you started drawing on the 23rd of July, and it's the day that was your birthday. Oh, fantastic. Yes, Rain. Yes, Rain. There was so much I could have talked about with you all. I'll tell you some of my topics I have planned. Okay, give me a second. Tell me if these resonate with you. Give me a moment. I need to look up my OneNote. I keep a list of my possible content. Let me start another OneNote so I can write things down. Hang on 1 second. Suddenly I'm hiccuping. Okay. Okay, tell me how some of these topics work out for you, okay? I'll give you the big ones, not the tiny ones. I'm gonna have a video, or maybe I have actually had a live stream on it, but it was kind of an informal one. So I'll make a video called How to Draw Smooth Strokes, where I'm gonna show you how pressure curves, smoothing, stabilizers, and all sorts of techniques can make your strokes, not erratic, right? Because there's a ton of techniques, some of which have to do with your hand and your body, some which have to do with the tools you use, and different brush types, et cetera, so that because I think people are struggling that a lot. And you'll discover there's lots you can do to make your strokes not so erratic, right? I struggle with that. So would that be a good question? So that was again, smooth strokes. How to draw smooth lines, I guess would be. Let's see. Another one is, let's see. I am planning on an update of my how drawing tablets work. So I did a long video, about 45 minutes back in 2022, but that was my first YouTube video, almost. And I'm gonna redo it to be faster and just, have more, right? That's another thing I definitely wanna do. Rain, you like the idea about the smooth strokes? Mir loves drawing, hates Gen AI. Fantastic. Mir, you can say whatever you want here. Yeah, zero stabilization. I wish that was possible. But sometimes some stabilization is actually useful. Another thing I'm going to do is, someone wanted to stream on drawing tablet mods. And that means how have people modified their tablets to do custom things, like they've added RGB lighting or made custom grips or stands. So I want to do a video where we see what people have been doing in a creative way, right? Let's see, what's Jeff is saying? I am very new to digital drawing and would love a video on the different brushes and how to utilize them effectively. Jeff, let me ask a question. What's in your head in that question? Are you thinking about a specific application? Or maybe if we knew what kind of things you're interested in drawing, that would help us. Because there's such a wide variation. I think it'd be good to actually give people an idea coming into digital art, what kind of brushes exist, right? I love the idea. So, but tell me more about what you want to get out of it, because that would actually help me as well. Different brushes. I'd have to think about this, because I only use a small number of brushes myself. I've used different kinds before, but I'd have to sort of research this. And how to... Let's see, Mir says, what does position smoothing do on OTD? Does it work as a stabilization? Mir, if you are using Slimy Scylla, because if you are, Cube wrote a doc that explains what values you should use. If not, just in the Discord, just ask, right? It's been a while since I've used it, but position smoothing, yeah, it is a stabilization, right? Voidout says, I use PaintStorm Studio. It has the best brush engine for blending paint and stuff. Voidouts, you've heard me talk about Rebel, right? Have you used it, or are you planning on using it? Because I'll do a live stream with it. Actually, let me just write that down now that I'm thinking about it. A Rebel 8 live stream. I want to do some interviews, right? I think I mentioned this before. I'm trying to get an interview with the Magma team, because Ryan on the Discord, he works for Magma. And so I thought, hey, I talked to him, so let's see if we can extend this to the Magma team themselves. Okay, let's see. Rain says, with standalone tablets, do you really think they are even worth it? Because it's... Rain, I don't think they're worth it. I don't think... sorry, let me make sure. There's 3 kinds of standalone tablets, right? There's, like the Samsung Galaxy Tab S6. I think those are S9. They're kind of worth it. I think for business, education, for whiteboarding, not drawing, Surface Pro is worth it, if that's what you want to use with it. And you need to run full flavored Windows with, the full version of Photoshop. But things like the Mobile Studio Pro, Canvas Studio Pro, I don't recommend those. I don't care if they're great devices, actually. I don't recommend them because they're too expensive, and to just go to r/Wacom and just type in like MSP and type. I don't know if you can search for a $, but see the repair prices people have to pay to repair them. Right? There's just no point. I think if you want a Mobile Studio Pro, you should just get a Cintiq and get a small $450 mini PC. That would be a much better deal, right? Let's see, Voidots, you've used Rebel 7 trial. Yeah, it does. It's it's hungry for power, that's for sure. Drinkwater says Rebel is incredible. They even have pigment feature that does color mixing. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. That was from their last release. I watched a video about the math behind it. It was incredible. Like all sorts of little things you'd never think about they had to accomplish. Or problems they had to solve. Setting the value over 0.3 is very unusable, so 0.1 is probably the best. Whatever works for you is what matters, right? Because everyone has different needs depending on what they're trying to do and their preference. Let's see. What other? I will do a pen tablets versus pen displays video, because it's such a common question. Super common. One of the biggest things I get asked on Reddit all the time. Another one I'm gonna do is, should I upgrade my tablet? I already have some content ready for that. Should I upgrade? I think people upgrade when they don't need to. Let me just say that up front. Well, Mir, SenseLab just got started in 2019, right? And that's part 1. Part 2 is you have to remember SenseLabs, they do not design, they're not trying to talk to consumers. So you wouldn't see, I think it's kind of natural you wouldn't see them mentioned as often, right? They really try to target, design studios, production studios, like people in the film industry, etc. Because, they're very passionate about tablets. A lot of them came from Wacom, actually. A ton of them came from Wacom. And I'll tell you this, I actually, they had a demo session in Seattle, which is where I live. And I got a chance to talk to one of them, what was her name? Georgia was her name. And just delightful woman. And she spent so much time talking to me. And we were just chatting about what it was like being at Wacom and what they were trying to do with SenseLab, just from like people trying to start a new business. Super passionate. And I think the thing that I learned from Wacom, and I also talked to their head of product, Michael Thompson. I think, and I'll just summarize what they said, right? Which is, they're very open. The technology is where it needs to be. It's other things now that will make or break the experience for a drawing tablet, okay? And one of those things is, not having what you need in the box. That's why the SenseLabs tablets come with so many cables, because they don't want that to be a frustration. They were the first to come up with 2 pens in a tablet, in a box, right? That's them. They're focused on support, right? Which is one of the reasons they're more expensive, right? Their support's done in North America. So and they really try to make sure the customers are incredibly well supported. Linux is a first-class OS for them, right? So they're not widely used for a lot of, like, if you see a random, person on YouTube, they're rare there. I think you'll see them more in studios. Now, that being said, I don't know how widespread their tablets are, right? But I wish them luck. I want them to, do well, because competition is good. Why even choose something like MovinkPad 11 over iPad? Just the drawing experience and price, I suppose. Yeah. Well, look, iPad is a little more expensive than the MovinkPad, so price is definitely a factor. I think the other thing is it is the best drawing experience for a standalone device out there. There is nothing on the market that has a drawing experience as good as the MovinkPad. That's the truth. Part of that is just because it's the Pro Pen. Huge part of that is because of the Pro Pen 3. The second part is just the Wacom digitizer is great. And it is, I don't know how to explain this. There's a Discord called Project Patchouli. You can join the Discord, but you should really be like an electrical engineer to join the Discord, basically, right? And I'm barely knowledgeable about this topic. But the reason I mentioned that is it's probably the deepest source of information we have about drawing tablets. And Yuki Dama, he's the mod of that Discord. He runs the Discord. The things he has discovered about how drawing tablets work you start realizing what Wacom does in a deep technical way, which is more than the competitors. Now, some of these things you may not ever notice, right? But they are really, their technology is the best. I mean, I have no problem saying that. Now, being the best doesn't mean that, someone should choose you, but I'm just trying to say their experience, their knowledge shows up in their products. So yeah, it's clearly the best drawing experience. And I think it is combined with price. I think if you're already familiar with the Android world, it'd be a better choice. If you're already in the iPad world, I'd probably tell you to stick with the iPad, honestly. Because I think switching Android, iPad, crossing that barrier I'm doing like a fish here. Crossing that barrier is difficult. It's challenging for a lot of people. Mir says, people say it's very good, but only seen on reviews. Yeah, I answered that. Yes, indeed, there should be a pineapple-themed drawing tablet. I agree with that. I support that. Mir, you're talking about the Project Patchouli. That's what you want, right? Just confirm that. I'll send it to you. I'll look it up right now, actually. Where is the Discord? It's not super active, Discord. I'd stay quiet on there because, this stuff is, advanced. I don't understand what is being said about the topics because you have to know about how, to make printed circuit boards and wire up electronics, and it's complicated. Okay, let's see. Okay, if you do want the link, I'm happy to send it to you, Mir. I'm happy to send it to you, but just let me know. Okay, sure. Okay. Let me look through my list of other little topics that I want to talk to you all about. I may do an update on used tablets. I have I think 70 or 50 used tablets now. So, and I made my first used tablet video in 2022, I think. So I want to do an update to that because I've learned more in that time frame. Do I think the drawing experience is that noticeable though? The iPad is still fairly good. Sorry, Ren, I'm trying to understand your question. Do I think the drawing experience is noticeable though? Could you clarify your question? I'm not totally sure what you mean by that first part, especially. I think you might be saying, is the drawing experience of the MovinkPad, is the difference noticeable? Is the quality difference noticeable? And if that's what you mean, let me know. I'll answer. What else do we have? Oh, diagonal wobble. I need to get a video out on that. Diagonal wobble. A huge problem in our world. Oh, this is a special one. Oh, let's see. Rain says, I mean like the drawing experience. Yeah, look. First of all, the iPad drawing experience is very polarizing. Some people love it. Some people absolutely hate it. I'm okay with it. I definitely prefer, by far, I prefer a Wacom or a real drawing tablet. The reasons are pretty simple. The drawing tablet pens have buttons, which are a big deal for me, honestly. Number two, I actually like the way the nib works with a normal drawing tablet pen. I prefer that. I think it feels more natural to me. I don't like the way the iPad, the Apple Pencil contacts the surface of the glass. Number three, how can I say this? I don't know how to quantify this is the problem. I feel like the pressure works slightly differently in an Apple Pencil in a way that I'm not sure how to describe. But it feels different from what I'm used to with a normal drawing tablet pen, okay? I think some people notice it and they don't like it. I'm okay with it, but definitely feels different to me. I just don't know how to explain how. Actually, let me check my notes, Mir, on your question. I might have actually specifically said something about that. KP19 Pro 19. Let's bring up my notes here. Take a quick look. You were asking about parallax. Okay, very good. Let me look at the canvas. So it's very good on the 19. Let's take a look at the canvas. 13 Gen 3. I think MovinkPad is great. If you're interested in drawing, actually drawing, I'd easily recommend the MovinkPad. Let's see. Parallax. I know I talked about it somewhere here. Did I miss it? Okay, it says good. I probably think in this context, is there parallax somewhere else? Let me take a quick look. Okay, there's more parallax below. Okay, look, it actually says right here, Amir. Oh, so that's surface texture, my mistake. Okay, I have good here. I have excellent written for the KP19. So probably the KP19 I think is probably better, which makes sense actually, because it is a Pro model. Okay, another topic I wanted to do, for anyone who cares. So some of you know I worked at a certain company called Microsoft, which I never fail to mention. And because of that, I actually want to do a special session on, you remember how I did with Wacom? I went through like 30, 40 years of their tablets. I want to go through all the painting apps that Microsoft ever made. Now, some of you are saying, 7 pence, what are you talking about? Microsoft never made any painting apps except Microsoft Paint, right? So just to show you, here's some of them. I mean, just a list, right? So let's go through the Microsoft Paint 3D, Image Composer, Photo 2000 and Photo 2000 V2. I worked on this one, by the way. Photo 2000 V2. Microsoft Expression Design, Fresh Paint, Microsoft SketchPal, right? So I just want to go through and just show maybe some of these aren't available anymore, but I want to show screenshots and just talk about where they're at, how they've changed, et cetera, et cetera. I said good on my video, Amir? Okay. So that's another one. So Microsoft applications. History. Oh yeah, I still have to do this one soon too, which was how to connect a tablet with USB-C. Because I did one with HDMI. Right? You like that topic, voidouts? I think it'll be fun, actually. I think it'll be really fun. Because people don't know about some of these apps. I do want to do a video, believe it or not, on the one by Wacom CTL672, because it's such an awesome tablet. Yes, I am learning React, or I'm trying to. Actually, I think instead of React, I'm going to learn Vue. Okay? You're wondering, why am I trying to learn this stuff? And it's simple. I want, let me show you. This application is getting hard to do. Every time I need to add a new feature, it's so much wiring up that I actually want to write this. The first thing I learned about, I mean, I didn't learn it, I learned about it was React. But now I'm thinking Vue might be simpler for me. Okay? So that, I gotta learn more about it, because I have to learn everything. Like, I just installed Dino, right? Which is, I don't know how to explain it, but I've never built one of these projects before. I don't know how to send it to the cloud for hosting. All new to me, all new to me. Because I left web development when people were still using CGI, right? And JavaScript and web browsers were not very advanced back then when I left writing code that way. Did I ever figure out if I can launch Clip Studio instead of the Wacom? Oh, you know what? I did not, Rain. I did not. I'm glad you brought this up, though, because I am going to put that in my notes for, let me get my face out of the way here. I'm going to put that in my notes. That's a good one for me to talk about. Make sure I address. Let me create a new slide. Make sure I do talk about that. And that was MovinkPad 11, how to launch CSP instead of a Wacom app with the pen. Thanks, Voyats. I am really curious about it. I want to get a working. I'm going to start getting a basic drawing app, a testing app, maybe the next couple of days, and then slowly add in all these features. Right? I'm super curious about it. I'm starting to really love. I hate to say this. It sounds so weird. I'm starting to really love JavaScript. It feels weird for me to say that, but I'm kind of really digging it, and just developing stuff in the browser. Mir says, why don't people set their shortcuts that are adjusted to their hands rather than show... Sorry, I want your opinion on this. Why don't people set their shortcuts that are adjusted for their hands rather than how it came as? Example, I use S as undo and not Control Z. Well, that's a good topic, Mir. That's a really good topic. I would say this. Lots of people, there's just inertia, they don't bother, right? Number two, the flip side of customization is suddenly things are so customized, documentation you read doesn't help because you've customized it too much. And other tools that are made to integrate with things sometimes don't work correctly because you've customized it too much. So, great example, just so to be clear. I customize all the shortcuts in Clip Studio Paint. However, that means I can no longer use the pre-built Toolbox profile for Clip Studio Paint because I've customized it way too much, right? So I have to make my own profile. So there's a pain also to customization, right? And that's just one example. Does the Wacom driver allow Cintiq to be used as a pen tablet? Yes. Yes, it does. Remember, there's several ways to use tablets as pen tablets. You just got to figure out how to get the screen not to show up anything. In fact, just because you asked this question, I'm going to share a doc. I've got a doc I've got a page for everything. So void out C, no, this is drink water. So let's do drink water. Yeah, so one of these techniques I'm about to paste in there should show you. I mean, the sort of like different ways. It's because it's really not up to the driver. You just have to disconnect cables or configure Windows or Mac OS to do certain things and things will work. Voidout says, Control plus, you're left-handed, so you use Control. Oh, I see. So wait a second. So with your right hand, you're undoing. You don't. Is that correct? Instead of with the left hand. I never hated Java. I just loved C# way better. 7 docs. 7 docs. You're welcome. Okay, everyone. I've been going now for almost 6 hours. So I'm starting to feel a bit tired. It's almost midnight for me. So I think I'm going to end the stream. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out with me. I should just do more, chill streams and just hang out. This was a great session. Just fun to chat with you all, get your questions, and get some of your feedback. I'm going to take, for those of you who were here earlier and we talked about the MovinkPad, I think it was a good session. I'm going to take the information I collected as we were talking, and I'm going to go watch that Garcia Arts video to see, what he was saying about pressure. I'll do some more testing there, and then I'll start writing my notes, and then I'll do a full video. And really, I think the point is, I might actually do 2 videos. One on, here's a wrap up of the state of the art for Android tablets, for drawing tablets, and give a quick recommendation as of right now, and then do a specific video for the MovinkPad and a specific video for the Magic Drawing Pad. Okay? Thanks so much, Jeff. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Everyone, have a great night, and I'll be streaming again soon. Maybe next week, okay? Or maybe sooner. Okay. I'll see you all soon. Bye.
And I'll end the stream.